Vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, deeper and deeper down, as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 3, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 2, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before, until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And you're now relaxed and at ease, and a quietness of spirit permeates your body and mind. And I'm going to begin by providing suggestions suggestions that will be communicated to every level of your body and mind. And they'll be accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new mellow and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to visualize yourself having successfully overcome any and all anxiety. Imagine how good it feels to experience an ongoing quietness of spirit. Imagine your reactions and the reactions of those close to you. Vividly fantasize all the changes and benefits derived from living life in this calm state of mind. Create every detail of these visualizations, and in so doing, you communicate your desires to the levels of mind that will assist you in manifesting the positive outcomes. Imagine what you desire as if it were already so. Do this now while I am quiet for a while. And you've just seen your own reality. And you're open to positive suggestions which you'll accept and act upon. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. And it's now time to use a repeat technique to saturate your mind with a message. Together, we'll communicate it to every level of your being. So say the words along with me, silently in your mind. Shout them out silently, and hear them echo out across the universe and back to you. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system.
Does that make sense, Aziz?
A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. That's right. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind, and all your stored up energy is released to flow freely through your system. And every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Your new, mellow, and confident self-image is a projection of who you are. It is. You are mellow and self-confident. And I'm now going to give you some key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. Anytime you feel the slightest bit nervous, simply stop what you're doing, close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say these words quietly to yourself. Quietness of spirit. The words quietness of spirit are post-hypnotic conditioned response trigger words to reduce anxiety and intensify your calm and confident demeanor. These key trigger words invoke powerful post-programming mental conditioning that you can draw upon when you need it. When you say the words quietness of spirit, you'll immediately feel a surge of calmness and confidence flow through your body and mind. And every time you hear this suggestion, and every time you use your quietness of spirit programming, it becomes more and more effective. And it's now time to repeat another powerful affirmation along with me. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. That's right. You've programmed this suggestion on every level of your body and mind, and it becomes your reality. And now, once again, it's time to create another visualization in which you perceive yourself having successfully accomplished your goal. Fantasize the desired result of this programming. Create every detail in your mind, your feelings and reactions, the reactions of others, everything. Make it real. Do this now while I'm quiet for a while.
my sleeves and got to work. If we can repair what serves us here at home, we can heal the world we
and you've just seen your own reality. And upon awakening, you'll remember all that has been communicated. You'll awaken feeling as if you just had a refreshing nap. Your head will be clear, and you'll think and act with calm self-assurance, feeling glad to be alive and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. So let's come on up now. On the count of 5, you'll open your eyes and be wide awake. Number 1, feel the lifeblood returning to your arms and legs. Number 2, coming on up and at peace with all life. Number 3, coming on up feeling an internal balance and harmony. Number 4, recall the situation in the room. And number 5, wide awake, wide awake. Open your eyes. And number 5, wide awake. You're wide awake and fully alert. And I'm going to communicate some powerful self-talk phrases. You can do other things if you wish while programming your mind by repeating the phrases after me. And throughout your day, recall these phrases and say them over and over to yourself, out loud or silently in your mind. All right, now repeat each phrase after me. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it.
The Riz! He's giving him the Riz.
I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me.
I don't know if it was best, but I definitely would say notable. I went to
As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind. And so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. I can resolve my concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. I accept the things I cannot change, and I change the things I can. I accept who I am. I always do my best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, I become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through me without affecting me. As a result of this programming, I develop a new mellow and confident self-image. The words, quietness of spirit, are my key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. I accept all these self-talk suggestions on every level of my body and mind, and so it is. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind. I release all tension created by stored up energy within my nervous system. All nervous energy is released to flow freely through my body and mind to be used in constructive ways. I feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with myself, the world, and everyone in it. I have the courage and confidence to do what I need to do to resolve my problems. All right. The self-talk phrases session is now complete, And in 20 seconds, the sleep programming introduction will begin. Sleep programming is nearly as powerful as hypnosis for programming your mind with life-changing suggestions. All you have to do is listen to the session as you go to sleep. As you relax and drift into first stage sleep, the cycle per second activity of your brain slows down to alpha. The second level of theta precedes deep delta sleep. Alpha and theta are the levels accessed for hypnosis programming. So on the following sleep programming session, I'll use the same induction as on the first session to take you to these levels quickly. Then, as you cross over into natural sleep, you'll continue to hear the suggestion. These affirmations are phrased from maximum acceptance by all levels of your mind. The words fade away at the end of the session, telling you to sleep soundly through the night and to awaken inspired to begin a new day. All right, now make yourself comfortable and prepare to be programmed as you go to sleep. Close your eyes and get comfortable. It's time to breathe deeply and relax completely. Breathe deeply and relax completely, allowing a quietness of spirit to come in. Feel the blood flowing through your arms and legs, through your body and mind. Relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. Take a deep breath. Hold it as long as you comfortably can. And then let it out slowly through slightly parted lips. And when the breath is all the way out, contract your stomach muscles and push it even further out and further out. And then repeat this process of breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And if any outside thoughts should come into your mind, simply brush them aside and return your concentration to the sound of my voice and breathing deeply and relaxing completely. Breathing deeply and relaxing completely. And now use your imagination and feel your body relaxing one part at a time in response to my words. Play the role, play the part, and mentally relay the relaxing suggestions into that part of your body and feel them take effect. Feel your body relaxing, relaxing, relaxing. And the relaxing sensations are now coming into the toes of both of your feet at the same time. Moving right on down into your arches, into your heels, and on up into your ankle. Completely relaxed, completely relaxed. And these soothing sensations are now moving on up your legs to your knees, relaxing all the muscles as it goes. And on up your legs to your thighs and to your hips, to and your full attention is on the sound of my voice, as the relaxing sensations move into the fingers of both of your hands, relaxing your hands. And it now moves on up into your forearms, relaxing your forearms, and on up into your upper arms, relaxing your upper arms. And your fingers and hands and forearms and upper arms are now just completely relaxed as the soothing sensations move on down into the base of your spine, and then begin to move slowly up your spine, up your spine, up your spine, and into the back of your neck and shoulder muscles. The back of your neck and shoulder muscles are now loose and limp, loose and limp, just completely relaxed. And the relaxing sensations now move on up the back of your neck and into your scalp, relaxing your scalp. Feel your scalp relaxing, and feel the relaxing sensations flow down into your facial muscles, relaxing your facial muscles, just completely relaxing your facial muscles. Allow a little space between your teeth, and your jaw is relaxed. And your entire body is now relaxed all over in every way. All tension is gone from your body and mind. All tension is gone from your body and mind. And it's time to imagine a bright white light coming down from above and entering your crown chakra of spirituality on the top of your head. Now this is the universal light of life energy. See it, feel it, create it with the unlimited power of your mind, and feel the light within you. Filling you to overflowing with this bright white protectory light. And now vividly imagine the light concentrating around your heart area, and visualize it emerging from your heart area to totally surround your body with a protectory aura of bright white God light. And as you continue to listen to the sound of my voice, vividly imagine yourself in a situation in which you are going down, 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 deeper and deeper down, as I count backwards from 7 to 1. Number 7, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 6, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 5, deeper, 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 down, down, down. Number 4, deeper, deeper. Number 3. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now very, very deep. And you feel deep. But let's go down even deeper, even deeper, even deeper. Number 7. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 6. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 5. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 4. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 3. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 2. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Down, down, down. Number 1. And you're now relaxed and at ease and at peace in a relaxing, altered state of consciousness. And each and every time you alter consciousness, you will go deeper than the time before until you've reached your natural level, which can be maintained by using this technique several times a week. Now, if at any time you feel uncomfortable in any way, all you have to do to awaken is to mentally count yourself up from 1 to 5. So you're in control. You can awaken at any time you desire to do so. And your body is relaxed, relaxed, relaxed. And your mind is relaxed as you cross over into sleep. A peaceful, relaxing sleep. Peaceful, relaxing sleep. And you're at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. A deep, peaceful, harmonious sleep. Sleep. And you're going to sleep. And as you do, you accept the suggestions you hear. You accept the suggestions you hear. As you go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. And the suggestions become your reality. The suggestions are accepted on every level of your body and mind, and they become your reality. You fulfill your desire. You do. You accept it. You accept the suggestion. You accept the suggestions as you go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. A quietness of spirit now permeates your body and mind. You release all tension created by stored up energy within your nervous system. All nervous nervous energy is released to flow freely through your body and mind to be used in constructive ways. You feel calm, relaxed, and at peace with yourself, the world, and everyone in it. You have the courage and confidence to do what you need to do to resolve your problems. You can resolve your concerns and conflicts with minimal effort. You accept the things you cannot change, and you change the things you can. You accept who you are. You always do your best, which is all anyone can ask. Every day, in every way, you become more peaceful and harmonious. Negativity flows through you without affecting you. As a result of this programming, you develop a new, mellow, and confident self-image. Quietness of spirit are your key trigger words for post-hypnotic conditioned response. And these suggestions have been communicated to every level of your body and mind, and they've been accepted on every level of your body and mind. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. A quietness of spirit now permeates my body and mind, and my stored up energy is released to flow freely through my system. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence. When I say the words quietness of spirit, I relax, regain control, and experience a surge of calmness and confidence.
It's going to be a lot easier for them to do that because
when I say
Brian was echoing some freaking some social policies from that would be supported by the DSA. But economics, I agree, it's not as blatant, but it's going to be there. And foreign policy, especially. Foreign policy, they want to decrease the U.S. presence in the Middle East, in other parts of the world, not just the Middle East. So that's something that, yeah, definitely something.
people talking about for quite a few decades. And then, color, we need to do something about around. Really?
I'm not.
It's by that, really?
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm surprised.
No, I'm talking not about
but,
you. I am
yeah,
talking about
yeah.
the general population that has the
Yeah.
intentions.
The general population is stupid. We have to be honest, okay? Most people in the country are dumb.
Well, I don't know what the percentage is now, but we like what level? I mean, it's embarrassing.
I would say the average person, in regard to foreign policy, all they think is war bad, money bad, spending, we should stop. Their idea of the U.S. having a presence advantageous to not just the U.S., but the Western world in general. They can't really contemplate that or comprehend that. So that's when you're talking about getting the U.S. outside of the Middle East, everyone supports that. Not everyone, but a lot of people, not just democratic socialists, unfortunately, which goes back to, again, Israel. That's why you're going to get a lot of leftists openly support anti-Israel policies, because they think they're anti-war, even if they have anti-Semitism encoded in some of the rhetoric. Unfortunately, that's the reality of the situation.
I find it to be very problematic in a way that this runs fairly deep. To me, it looks like a playbook that has been used before, and if you want to go back and look at how did Islamists and communists come together in Iran to take power, they were basically using each other, right? We're going to use each other. The Islamists think they're using the communists think they're using the Islamists, and who ate who? The Islamists literally had the communists murdered, right? I see that. This is literally what is happening right now. Chickens for KFC.
I don't know who's worse, communists or Islamists. That's a hard question. That's really hard.
Useless. They're both not American thought principles. It goes against everything we believe, and that you could be anti. I would argue that this isn't pure capitalism we're living under anyways. It's obviously crony capitalism. It's dirty. But the push towards an extreme that is Mandami and people like him is dangerous.
Al, would you agree that Ilhan Omar and her positions are dangerous? Because on her Instagram, if you go to it, she actually lists what we would call Democrat socialist positions. This is what she says she's fighting for: universal school meals. So universal school meals. Up next is protect reproductive freedom, which is abortions. Then Ilhan Omar wants to cancel all student debt. She wants to abolish and prosecute ICE employees. She wants the Green New Deal, which is the AOC multi-trillion-dollar green investments. Then she wants Medicare for everyone, for all. She wants to stop funding Israel. She wants to tax the rich and no more endless wars. So the opposite of that is she wants short, effective wars, but not endless wars, apparently. So that's what the Democrat Socialists are fighting for, plus 100 other bullshit things. Hello?
Look, socialism takes root, right? When people feel the pain of income inequality, when people feel like wages are stagnant, right? I mean, that's the context. And I mean, Trump is making the mistake I think Biden made too. Like when Biden would come out and say, look at the stock market, look at GDP. When people feel the pinch and the affordability stuff, I mean, that killed Biden. Trump's doing the same move, right? Like just tell people, that the numbers disprove their intuition. It's not a winning strategy.
See, a Democrat socialist isn't going to make the argument that because my salary hasn't gone up in the past 10 years, I'm entitled to a political social revolution. Scott, your positions are untenable. Socialists are essentially thieves, and they are liars. You just told us why people go socialist, and I'm telling you that your reasons are incorrect.
Don't make the move. This is rhetorically lazy. To say when someone's describing something that they're prescribing something. I'm describing something. I'm not validating the desires. I'm not saying it's the right political position or the wrong political position. All I'm saying is this is when you get a rise in that stuff.
See, the real reason why a Democrat socialist, why they'll make their argument, is that for the past 25 years, we've been doing corporate socialism, which is tax credits for corporations, which is what the Fortune 500 or the Big Beautiful Bill is, which is $500 billion a year in tax credits and deferring that tax liability to income earners. So if you're a Democrat socialist, what you really are is you should be a libertarian, and you should understand the economic situation and catastrophe that George Bush, Obama, and Bill Clinton have prescribed, Scott, to this country. It's not Donald Trump, it's Barack Hussein Obama, Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, George Bush. These are the domestic terrorists that have taken us off the cliff, and we are plunging fast. Donald Trump is trying to plug the holes that these Democrat socialists have destroyed this economy, destroyed it, indebted countless generations to debt.
I don't think Trump is any better as a retard. You can go back further than Bush. You can go back to Reagan. And not Bush 1. Bush 1 was tried to, and he ended, Clinton, budget surplus, but, because he raised taxes, right? Which killed him. He was actually Bush seniors, I think, pretty fiscally responsible. But no, Cheney was, in the Reagan administration telling people deficits don't matter. Continued to say it in the Bush administration, right? You can Google Cheney, deficits don't matter. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that, and it's going to come home to roost at some point, right? You can't print money forever. Simpson Bowles. Look at Simpson Bowles, right? Do you remember Simpson Bowles? That was a bipartisan, pretty responsible approach to the deficit, right? And what did they do? They stuck it in a drawer. Nobody wanted to deal with it.
Scott, we have a cultural, social, economic dilemma, a crisis. Vaccines and war is not the basis of an economy. The basis of an economy starts in the house. Your dishwasher, your washing machine, your bed, your roof, your windows. Those are the basis of an economy. What builds a house, not what builds regime change and fake lies and medical misinformation. Hello?
A democratic socialist is never going to be convinced by that, though. That's the problem. They're not going to be convinced by economics or that a solution to our current economic situation starts at a more granular level.
It doesn't matter whether they can be convinced or not. They can live in an illusion delusion. That's their choice. But reality is laissez-faire capitalism.
I agree. I'm just saying, I agree. I'm just saying that problem that we're dealing with now, we're going to be combating people who push for certain things. We can't just, go on a Ron Paul-esque libertarian tirade. We have to actually address certain things going on. No, not really. Because if a person's like looking at society on a basis where everything that we do does matter, and we can't just ignore the fact that people are suffering because we live in a society, and if you're a rich person by default, you owe us. It's not going to change whether or not we do have an improved economy according to libertarian standards. That's just the reality. And Mom Donnie, all these leftists in the DSA, if anything, they want to hear libertarians talk about how we shouldn't be taxing people, because then they could demonize regular conservatives and be like, oh, they just want rich people to rule everything in society. It's not just a mathematics-based economic argument. It's culturally based. Grievance politics. That's how it's working. We can't just ignore that.
This is what Ben Shapiro's like grievance politics. It's very interesting because he was on Ezra Klein's show. Ezra Klein said, he's like, look, I want a politics of personal responsibility, not grievance. Because what do grievance populists tell you, whether it's right or left? I can tell you it's not your fault, it's the system screwing you. And we'll tell you who. I mean, we'll tell you the people that are responsible for. And we'll exact vengeance on them, right? Like, and I think, and Ben Shapiro said, I'm kind of a man without a country. He even talked about J.D. Vance. He's like, J.D. Vance, he used to like J.D. Vance a lot more because J.D. Vance wasn't one of these grievance politicians, but you have to kind of, with the populism, you have to go grievance, right? So he's had to adjust his own sort of tone and rhetoric to fit into that kind of populist agenda.
See,
Trump, the MAGA kind of thing.
Despite whichever political movement assumes power, DSA or far right or whatever, it doesn't make a difference because we have a great equalizer in America. It's not the 357 Magnum like you might think. It's actually your IRS tax forms that you have to fill out legally every single year and make a full disclosure. If it's not accurate, the political powers that will be or can be will take action against you. And that is why these Democrat socialists are nothing but self-hypnotists. It's not based on the reality of our tracking system, which is the Treasury and the IRS, and for every single person's income is disclosed to our government. And unless we get rid of the IRS and this full disclosure, Democrat socialists, communist socialists, fascists, etc., will never be able to usurp our extremely complicated and bidded system, which is full disclosure and full tracking and full transparency, if need be.
Does that mean
that's another?
Does that mean you're in?
He said he'd get rid of the IRS.
Are you in favor of getting rid of the IRS? Thank you.
Yes.
No, I was asking John.
By the way, while John answers, it's nice to see Steve and Grace.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Listen,
Thank you, everybody.
We Americans fund the Treasury. I think it's $90 billion a year to collect $5 trillion. Think about the ROI on $100 billion spend to get $5 trillion. There's got to be more efficient ways to collect the $5 trillion than spending $100 billion a year. So I'm not in favor of shutting down anything until we have a more efficient, financially efficient system of collection. Hello?
Oh, you're not going to get that because the United States of America is a scam. The country's a scam.
What? Please explain.
You have a country that's based on a debt-based currency, fiat currency, where banks can lend upon their reserves infinite times because there's a 0% required reserve ratio. Like, money's fake, and therefore your economy's fake. Everything's fake. It's a scam.
Okay, so what do you recommend going forward?
Using a hard money. And people are going to laugh at this, but Bitcoin is the hardest money that exists today.
All right, so you're in favor of going off the current currency and running the economy on Bitcoin, is that correct?
I don't see what's wrong with that. I can tell.
I didn't say it was good. Hello. I didn't say it was good, bad, right, or wrong. I was just attempting to clarify your position.
I can sense that mocking, Tom, but yeah.
I don't need to mock. I will say right off the bat, full disclosure, if that's what you're advocating, getting rid of currency and going on Bitcoin, I think that's completely idiotic and stupid. But I'm just trying to clarify if that's what you're saying.
Okay, then continue running the country. You're not fixing anything.
And you're not answering the question, which is fine.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
All right, the Bitcoin solution. Here we go. Grace, let me ask you, did Mom Donnie commit blood libel? What do you think, Grace?
Boy, I'm so angry at this guy. Don't even get me.
Not to put you on the hot spot, but let's just start.
I am just. It's unbelievable what he's putting forth. It is where are all the people behind him? Where are his counsel? Why is he just allowed to throw out ridiculousness without any backing? I've had enough today about him. I'm watching the news. I'm reading a lot. I mean, I just feel we need a level of stability in people who have good heads and putting them together, and that's not happening.
I'm sorry. And by the way, hi Grace. Happy Thursday. I was slightly distracted. Were you referring to Mandami or somebody else?
Mandami.
And I have to say, I mean, Mandami was in the New York State Legislature before he became mayor. He had to have heard of diplomatic immunity. He had to know that he had no jurisdiction or power to arrest Netanyahu, and why he suggested it originally and then hesitated on it, and then finally after Trump came out and said there's no way Netanyahu was going to be arrested in the United States, Mandami folded like a cheap suit. But how could he have not possibly known about diplomatic immunity?
First of all, he's an egomaniac.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay.
Right? So that trashes everything else, right? If you're an egomaniac, you don't really care. And also he has ridiculous people who are working for him, who have been pulled him back.
Yeah.
So between those two, we're in the crazy zone. But can he pull it off, his ridiculousess? Maybe. I think
it's not beyond the pale to me that look, he's a state assembly, not a lawyer. I don't know what the rest of his educational background is. Maybe he didn't really know. Netanyahu had to flag community. Maybe he had to have his people tell him that. I mean, that's possible, right?
Come on, he's creating content. It's the same thing I do and other people do on this app all day long. It's what every politician does. And when you look at the videos that the politicians put out, you have to question the work ethic of actual politicos in state and federal governments. Their whole career now is based on creating 15 to 60 second to 3-minute clips for YouTube and Instagram and X. They don't do any real work. They don't do any real intellectual exploration, any education. If you're a professional and you're a doctor like a dentist or a heart surgeon or even a realtor, you have to do continuing education. Our politicians are just spammers, and they're liars, and they're hypocrites, they're fraudsters, and they're thieves. I am complete. This is Ayn Rand. Hello?
I think he's involved in a different kind of chaos. I think he's invented a new pole, and I think it's dangerous. I think the people around him start poking him and stopping this and come out with why this is wrong. And what I want to know, what is the future going to look like in a Mandami situation from going forward? What is it?
Well, that, with all due respect, that question is easy, and Reverend Scott is going to answer it right now. Since Mandami became mayor, what is his number one priority, Reverend Scott, since he's already been elected mayor?
To get reelected.
Thank you, Reverend Scott.
I love it. I love it. You're right. You're absolutely right. I would not change anything of what you just said.
I mean, I think statistically you can make the argument that whatever the standard norm is right now, there's a 99.9% chance that will be the standard norm, in what we consider a future situation. However, if you do believe that the United States' activities internationally in Ukraine, Iran, even Chad and other countries, because I think Trump's administration has now waged war on 8 different countries. There will and can be serious repercussions domestically here, not even organic national domestic terrorist attacks, but international terrorist attacks onto this country. And if you look at Moscow burning and their oil refineries burning because Ukraine launched 300 sneak drone attacks, we're dealing with Vladimir Putin and his regime and whoever will replace him and how they view America, which we know they think we technically are like a satanic country because of that Kirill, that that Russian Orthodox churchman, etc. I'm just saying that uh, I don't think
Slava Putin.
I don't think the American people are aware of the position of the United States military industrial complex and our politicos on how they view Russia. Russia is anti LGBTQ, they censor all that communication. And for many of the left progressive Democrats, they really hate that. That to me is my opinion that it's a sticking point for them that because they're anti LGBTQ, we should destroy them. We should wage eternal war against them. When does this Cold War ever end? Does it only end when Putin is dead? Will we suffer a nuclear bomb or multiple nuclear bombs because of our attacks via proxy against a nuclear power and a legacy power from World War II? Many of the baby boomers in this room may witness nuclear war, and therefore all of this political communication that you suffer on this app may be insignificant when you face a winter apocalypse and you can't see the sun for the next 10 years. Hello?
CRT, BLM, LGBTQ.
All right. Well, if Democrats have their own opinions on Russia, at the end of the day, Russia wants a multipolar world where they have just as much influence on other nations as the U.S. does. And no reasonable leader of the U.S. who wants to maintain the U.S.'s standard as the most powerful nation in the world would wish for a world like that, where Russia and China have equal influence on global partners as the U.S. does. No one wants that. So it's not just about Russia being anti-LGBTQ for people who are opposed to Russia gaining power and influence in countries in Europe, and especially considering the fact that a lot of people who are, let's say, pro-Ukraine and anti-Russia at the same time are against Trump's actions against Iran, which is a lot more anti-LGBTQ than Russia, to say the least. It's more nuanced than that. And most people, I think, if you come down to the actual idea of what's going on in this world, it's between the people who want a decreased presence of the U.S. throughout the world and those who want the U.S. to maintain their power throughout the world. That's the easiest way to put it down. Thomas Massey agrees with AOC more than he agrees with Marco Rubio in foreign policy. I agree with Marco Rubio more than Thomas Massey. I don't care if Thomas Massey has an R besides his name. I'm glad he got kicked out of fucking office. I'm glad that this is his last term. I don't really give a shit about Russia's pro-gay policies, just like I don't give a shit about Poland's pro or anti-gay policies. Poland is just as anti-LGBTQ as Russia in many ways. I like Poland. I don't like Russia. I don't like Russia. I do not like Iran. I do not like China. Not because of their social policies. That's irrelevant in many of these discussions, because as much as I don't like beheading gay people, the reason I oppose Iran is not just because they behead gay people or they force them to transition into women. Iran getting a nuclear weapon is far more devastating than anything else.
Is that what America is? It's a big gay disco. That's what our cultural values are as LGBTQ.
CRT, DEI, LGBTQ. We've all heard it for years and years and years. And Doge, Elon Musk's little group, discovered hundreds of billions in CRT, DEI, LGBTQ, climate change, education grants and programs in the hundreds of billions. And we strip that from our national budget and adding to the deficit because it's just a scam. It's a fraud upon the American people to
That's right.
to engage in this communication spam, multi-billion-dollar feminization of our population, the indoctrination into essentially meaningless slobber brain rot because there's no real intelligence or knowledge, creative will, dynamic will. There's nothing in this communication other than Democrat vote organizing. We have to understand that if Democrat socialists essentially strip traditional Democrats of their position and become Bernie Sanders communist socialists, we will be living in the worst hypocrisy imaginable. It will involve an Islamization of America, which, frankly, at this point, I'm kind of okay with because I hate liberal progressives so much that I would rather have a polygamist Muslim like Andrew Tate take over than let Mamdani take over. What do you think about that? Hello?
I think they're both disgusting, actually.
Well, there we go. Little John Kitover for everybody. I still am interested in the blood libel stuff, which I think is interesting. I think this is kind of a blood libel. What's that? I made a statement about Netanyahu and how Netanyahu's a war criminal, and then made a list of his crimes, which I thought the list was full of things that were either not true, misconstrued, or like intentionally targeting hospitals. Well, yes, not because they're hospitals, because we're military assets. Target warfare. If you're putting military hardware personnel in a hospital, it's not as though the IDF is saying, "Oh my gosh, I don't want anybody to get an MRI or get their broken bones set, so let's watch them for hospitals." That's not what's going on. So I mean, I think that there's a lot of stuff that was said. If a blood libel is classically blaming Jews for things that they have not done, then I think this is kind of the classic blood libel. But again, some people may say I'm overinterpreting Mamdani here.
But Scott, we have a spectrum of blood libel, and it's political communication at its finest because, in my opinion, the 3,000 abortions a day across America is the real blood libel, and that's on the hands of the Democrats. They had Democrat abortion facility clinics at the DNC outside of the Kamala Harris speech in Chicago. So when the blood libel of killing babies is put on the IDF or Israel or Jews at large, I just say, don't you know how many babies we kill every day? It's not reproductive health care. This is an industry of murder. I don't believe the lies that this is health care. In my opinion, when I ran for Congress, I had hundreds of people writing me letters through some kind of postcard chain mail thing, begging me to stand up for the innocent babies being slaughtered across America. We have a genocide on our hands in America. Now, hold on a second. That is my way of doing political communication. And a lot of people don't agree with that. But what I'm saying is, isn't it just a spectrum of hypocrisy? Hello?
But Ein, you need to sacrifice babies to Moloch and Baal.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous to use the term Jew in general as describing anyone, because we are citizens underneath laws, and what someone's religious proclivity is or interest, I don't think anybody should be called a Jew. I think we should just be called fellow citizens. And if you use Jew in your communication, what you're doing instantaneously is being political. To be Jewish, it's like being in a game with other Jews. And it's who's the king of the Jews? But outside of that communication network, you have other parties that throw the word Jew around because they want to play in a political game, apparently. So until we admit that we are polarized politically, none of us play music or dance or sing songs or write poetry. We are a politically polarized and a politically addicted society. Hello?
I like this little hello move, John. I'm into this. I think it's just a good move for you. It's like Ryan Seacrest. Seacrest out.
Yes, actually, I have noticed that is his signature move. That is a good point, Reverend.
Pretty sure he stole it from an ice cream truck.
By the way, Reverend, if you want, and only if you want, I have a 3-minute clip on nuclear war ready to
Go ahead. Let's cue it up, buddy.
All right, so we had talked, pardon me, some people in the room had talked about the effects of nuclear war. So this is from Crimson Tide about 30 years ago on the effects and the questions of nuclear war.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
Lutsenko is a fanatic, okay? He's a potential Hitler. Somebody should just step up and shoot him.
I have no problem with that.
Well, it's fanatics who make history. Patton was a fanatic. It's what made him great.
You think this guy's Patton? He's a dangerous lunatic, and he's threatening nuclear war when he means it.
What's that make us, since we're the only nation ever dropped a nuclear bomb on anyone? Makes us a prime target. I mean, there's half a dozen other third world countries with atom bombs who'd love to drop one on us.
That's right. That's why we should drop one on them. What are you, a communist? You have a problem with us dropping nuclear bombs in Japan?
Shut up, Doc.
You think it was a mistake, Mr. Hunter? Sir? Using the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Well, if I thought that, sir, I wouldn't be here. Interesting way you put that. I'd have put it very carefully. You do qualify your remarks. Somebody asked me if we should have bombed Japan. I said, well, yes. By all means, sir. Drop that fucker twice. I don't mean to suggest that you're indecisive, Mr. Hunter. Not at all. Just, complicated. Of course, that's the way the Navy wants you. Me, they want it simple. You certainly fooled them, sir. Be careful there, Mr. Hunter. It's all I got to rely on, being a simple-minded son of a bitch. Rickover gave me my command, a checklist, a target, and a button to push. All I had to know is how to push it. They tell me when. They seem to want you to know why. I would hope they'd want us all to know why, sir. Naval War College, it was metallurgy and nuclear reactors, not 19th century philosophy. War is a continuation of politics by other means. Von Clausewitz. I think, sir, that what he was actually trying to say was a little more complicated. Yes, the purpose of war is to serve a political end, but the true nature of war is to serve itself. I'm very impressed. In other words, the sailor most likely to win the war is the one most willing to part company with the politicians, ignore everything except the destruction of the enemy. You'd agree with that? I'd agree that that's what Clausewitz was trying to say. But you wouldn't agree with it? No, sir. No, I just think that in the nuclear world, the true enemy can't be destroyed. Attention on deck. Von Clausewitz will now tell us exactly who the real enemy is. Von. humble opinion, in the nuclear world, the true enemy is war itself.
What a great, I love that movie. It's a great movie.
See, I think we've moved past the fear-mongering of the nuclear age because, in my opinion, now this is controversial, that the COVID-19 vaccine response or the biological weapons being developed by the Pentagon or through the Wuhan lab or any government that engages in biological viral warfare research and deployment, etc., is an abhorrent and horrible thing to do, especially from the taxpayer perspective. Because to go to work, 5-6 days a week to support, doctors and research assistants creating biological warfare weapons, it's just not the way I would like to support the economy. And some people don't think we have a war economy or we don't have a vaccine economy. We do. That is a very large percentage of the overall total economy. And I'm just saying that when you go to Amazon, even though Amazon may be like an American HQ company, they don't manufacture their essential items. Those are all made in China by the boatload. That port in Los Angeles brings in hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of Chinese manufactured goods, and we're just one destination for China. China is shipping to the world. Have you seen how they've automated their warehouses with tens of thousands of little robots dropping boxes in holes? They are fulfilling the world's consumption, and we are fulfilling the world's debt to continue to buy it all. And I'm so glad Dr. McZed is here, a future priest in the coming temple. McZed, what's the best way to structure a federal bankruptcy? Thank you. I am complete.
Well, before McZed answers very quickly, it is a fact that we are more than 5 years outside of the start of COVID, and we still don't know if it was started by an open-air market or a chemical factory right across the street. Thank you.
Well, what we do know is that the percentage deaths and the statistical significance from the average or the means of the deaths during the administration of the vaccines from 2001 to 2021, was it 2021? Yeah, 2021. Anyways, what I'm saying is that the VAERS system and the Vaccine Injury Compensation Fund is real. People suffered real consequences by watching your local news put on videos of people doing vaccine lotteries, where if you take the Zav, you could win $3 million in a lottery payout. It's a raffle. What the fuck is wrong with our fellow citizens, my Clown House friends or frenemies? What is wrong with us? Why would we lie to ourselves and put out propaganda videos to influence each other to go get an unnecessary medical intervention when you're feeling just fine? So it's a huge lie. The lies, there's 50 lies attached to the event. What they consider the largest mass carcinogenic event in human history, in the Western world primarily. Africa didn't take the COVID-19 jabs because we couldn't even afford to make enough. Anyways, the craziest thing is that it's all funded by our government through the CARES Act, the HEROES Act, multi-trillion-dollar federal HR acts that funded it all. No arrests, and Bill Gates got off scot-free, and Congress was not allowed to view his personal emails at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Whatever kind of evidence through discovery, it's Dr. Steve here, the super paralegal, could tell you how the discovery process works and interrogatories and evidence. The American people have no insight, as Steve just said. What is the source of this virus? But we know the source of the cure, and we know the ramifications and the statistical difference in deaths during the administration of those vaccines. Anyways, the whole point is the economy. And what is the future of the American economy? Is it going to be like the way it is now? War and weapons manufacturing and vaccine manufacturing? Or are we going to have a real economy? Are we going to bite the bullet, file bankruptcy, have to go through austerity, and create a real economy with real workers, building real products and services that we consume? Or are we just going to work for the banks because now we pay $100 trillion plus a year in interest expense? I think that's probably what's the future, which is now, which is just servicing debt for generations to come. You will have nothing, you will save nothing, and you will be taxed infinitely and forever through property or through income tax or through sales tax. It doesn't matter. Your government needs you now. You are the you're the succubus. You thought you were going to be a parasite, but it turns out that there's a much larger parasite feeding on you now. It's known as your United States federal government. And the George Washington movie is coming out. And if you'll notice, it's all about courage. And if you don't have the courage to say what you feel and feel what you say, you might be a faggot retard. And you might hate Donald Trump because you are a faggot retard. I am complete.
Soaring oratory. Soaring oratory. Like said, welcome to the stage. Nice to see you. How are you?
Hungry and tired.
Oh boy, at least you don't have to go to the back.
Hey, folks. Do you think Mamdani could be potentially arrested
For what?
for anything? I don't know. So,
The answer then is no.
Mamdani is the best
They want
Shabbos boy.
him to be arrested for telling the truth. They're dummies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. So the answer still remains no.
that's for sure.
I don't agree with you. I think that's like the way politics.
Okay, fair enough. What can he be arrested for? Please be specific.
Sure. In this day and age, with litigating political candidates and media controlling the narrative, it's very plausible in my mind that someone might set him up to be arrested. There's a million.
So in other words, you're saying he hasn't.
He didn't
been
actually.
saying-
He asked you specific questions. He said you, how can he be
you're
arrested?
saying in the future. You're saying in the future he might be set up, so he hasn't done anything yet to be
I don't know.
arrested.
Not.
Why
we
would
don't
we
know.
arrest one of our best Shabbos boys?
The question was whether or not he could be arrested, not whether he committed a crime.
Oh, I didn't know that you meant at any time in the future. I thought you meant for anything he's done up until this very moment. Please forgive me.
Danny Donato thinks he could be arrested.
For what? Please be specific.
I don't know, maybe for inciting violence.
Okay, so the answer is you don't know, which I respect. I respect the answer, I don't know. Could Madami be arrested for anything he's done up until this very moment? I don't know. Oh, fair enough.
Do you think he should be
He
arrested?
could be
He
arrested.
hasn't
And
done
he can't be
anything that would cause him to be arrested.
Yes, he has. He's violated the
What
1945
has he
Communist
done up to
Control
this very
Act.
moment? Please be
The
specific.
1945 Communist Control Act. It just takes willpower to
Was
enforce
he
the law.
born in 1945?
The law was written in 1945, and it's
Was he born in
2026.
1945?
No, Steve, he was not born in 1945.
Okay, so we'll try again. What has he done up
You have to
until
be
this
born in
very moment
1945.
that
Steve, this
justifies him
isn't-
being arrested?
This isn't an
Well,
interrogatory.
please be specific.
I gotta get to court. I gotta get to the real court. I'm suing Scott Besson at the IRS, and he's an elite faggot worth $100 million. Steve, you're worth nothing. I gotta get to real court. Have a good day,
Well,
Joe.
there's a fantastic answer. If you're asking, has Mondami done anything up to this very moment which justifies him being arrested? The answer is no. If you disagree, let me know and be specific. All right, there you have it.
Since they're talking about future things, hopefully
Bibi Netanyahu will have a heart attack on the plane coming
There
to New
you
York
go.
City.
Now
in
you're
September.
talking. Is it possible that? No, you're right.
Is it possible he'll have a heart attack? He has cancer. Let's hope so.
Exactly. Is it possible that Mondami in the future, before he dies, what is he, in his 40s? For the next 40 years, is it possible that he might be arrested sometime in the next 40 years? The answer is yes. Anything's fucking possible.
Yeah.
Well, I would disagree with that, Mr. Steve, because if we're going by what we know about the Mayor Mondani and his track record so far and his approval rating and everything he's done, actually, in the next 40 years, he's more than likely either to be some type of senator or maybe president. Doesn't seem like he'll ever be arrested.
Yeah, he's UConn.
President's never get arrested.
Is he even was he born in the U.S.?
No.
So he can't be president.
See, the
Yes, he can.
IRS CI can make
If he
these
wasn't born in
arrests.
the U.S., he can't be president.
They are stealing from the
Fucking
pensions,
idiot. Yes, he can.
rerouting it to NGOs. Arrests are
He's born
coming.
in Uganda.
The new Donald Trump Department of Justice is preparing to make thousands of arrests over the next 60 days. Todd Blanche is waging legal warfare against the Democrat, liberal, progressive, faggot socialists. It's lawfare, boys. Get ready for lawfare.
When he gets arrested, I'm going to be the prison guard. Is that all right?
Yeah, Mondani can't be president because he wasn't born in the U.S. He was born in
Obama
Uganda.
was born in Indonesia, but we were able to fake a Hawaii birth certificate.
See, if you
He wasn't born as a
believe,
US citizen
if you
either.
believe that the
I
CIA,
think they should arrest him just for being born in Uganda.
they say Obama is setting up shop in the UK because he is concerned about arrest, but that's like saying George Bush is concerned about arrest. It ain't gonna fucking happen, boys. Who the fuck do you think controls this motherfucker? It's George Bush. His daddy and George, they literally born and bred Barry Soetoro Obama to be their puppet. And guess who put Barry Soetoro Obama in power? The Crown family. And what did the Crown family manufacture at Material Defense Industrial Complex Incorporated, ADP, or whatever that company is called? Anybody know what it's called? Can't remember the name of it. Anyways, the point is, war is just a small fraction of the economy when you think about it compared to vaccines, because the multiple acts passed by Congress, the biggest being the Triple P loan, $1 trillion was passed out. Every single Tom, Dick, and Harry apparently owned either a media production company or a barber salon or a hair salon. And it didn't matter if you worked in the police or in the Metropolitan Water District or your local government, because in many cities like Chicago, almost 50% of all the people that live there are employed by the government. And many of those government employees decided to take out a fake loan from the government because they are thieving, greedy, faggot retards who said, if everybody else is gonna do it, fuck it, I'll do it too, baby. How much should we do, baby? 25,000? 625,000? 2 million? How much is too much, baby? This is the end of the world, right? It's the pandemic, baby. Things will never go back to normal. Ain't everybody gonna get vaccinated so we don't pass around this global pandemic apocalypse. Hello?
The mockingbird sings the same.
These months questions is being that they're talking about future things that could happen.
Shut up, you anti-Semitic, racist
Could be amended.
piece of trash.
Be elected president.
You talking about throwing
We all know.
horse shit at Netanyahu? You're sitting at the fucking United Nations? You fucking anti-Semitic, racist piece of trash. We reported you to the New York FBI field office. We are expecting your arrest imminently, resistance.
So it can't happen.
What? Washington was.
How dare you mute me and let this anti-Semitic piece of shit talk on your stage? This man is a criminal!
Hey, John.
Before the United States was founded.
I see what you're saying. I see your point, yeah.
John, thank you.
That's retarded point though, because obviously
There's nothing retarded about it. It's a logical point, but only an idiot like you would say it's retarded because you're retarded.
That's like saying, this thing that happened, making it a law. Obviously, it wasn't a law before it was made a law, so the law is invalid. It's fucking
And they
retarded.
can amend the law. That's what happens here. They change things all the time. That's
you
the
can
point.
amend the law.
And the fact of the matter is, immigrants were
the law,
United
but
States
the
presidents
chance of it being
prior
amended
to
is
the
very
United
null.
States being formed. Those
Okay.
were all a bunch of European
Think
states.
about it. Think about it, Mr. Resistance. There could be a law giving you actual fucking brain, but unfortunately, I don't think anyone's going to pass it anytime soon. So just because
You don't know what the hell's going to happen anytime soon, or in the past, or in the future. You don't know.
It will happen, or it's
Just like millions of people said for many decades that Donald Trump would never be the president, but for some reason he became a president. So it don't matter what the fuck you think.
Alhamdulillah, he became president. Alhamdulillah.
Hum to your mother.
I think I would be. I don't know that we could get a constitutional amendment passed because it takes 2/3 of the states, I guess, and 60% of so 2/3 majority of Congress. But if we could, I would not be opposed to it because.
And 75% is governors.
Yeah, because you can get. I mean, you can be any other office without being a natural-born citizen. You can be Supreme Court Justice. You can be Speaker of the House. You could be Senate Majority Leader. Arguably, the founders seem to see the Speaker of the House as a more powerful position than the presidency in some ways, right? I mean, that was where the action was. So I don't know that. I don't know that I think that that's really that significant. But
No, man. There's no freaking way. All right, if the amount of research it takes to get to someone's background if they're not born within the nation is a lot more, obviously. And the fact that it was required that people be born in the U.S. there's a reason for it, because foreign influence being given to someone who has the highest position in the entire nation is not.
Yeah. I mean, that was. I think there was a serious.
There's already foreign influence here.
There was a serious concern.
Yeah.
Somebody
Let's imagine a foreign
comes
influence
over
that
here,
goes
becomes
deep to someone's
president.
very roots,
I
and
think
they're
the
born
18th
in
century
a communist
England-
country.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
Resistance, can you stop being anti-Semitic?
I think in the 18th century.
You're not. You white Europeans
Actually,
ain't
stop
Semitic.
it. Let's just say stop interrupting a mod. Okay.
Yeah, in the 18th century, I think the fear that hey, some British noble's going to come over, get elected, charismatic, get elected president, and turn us back over to the British. I think that's a legitimate fear. I think today, I mean, I think like somebody that's a naturalized citizen, especially if they're, I mean, look, my guess is a lot. Yeah, I mean, I get the background stuff, but I mean, you could do a lot of other things, right? That you could be a 4-star general, CIA director, Supreme Court justice, picking Supreme Court, speaker of the. I mean, why only that office? Why don't we have that? Why don't we have it so that you have to be a natural-born citizen for every office?
And let's just put it in perspective. The last time we had a constitutional amendment was 1991 or 1992. That was like 35 years ago. And that was regarding congressional pay raises. That was the 27th Amendment. The amendment before that was the 26th Amendment in 1971. And that had to do with the legal age of voting. So although we're 30 years out from the last amendment, can you imagine getting a 2/3 or a 75% vote on anything today?
No,
To amend the Constitution? No, I
I
cannot.
cannot imagine.
Yeah, right. But there is one exception, Reverend Scott. How about to federally legalize marijuana? That could become the 28th Amendment to the Constitution. What do you think? No?
The stoners would come out. Bill Maher would lead the charge. The stoners would unite.
That's the only thing I think that could unite Congress and the people and the states. But hey, what the fuck do I know?
Waste of the fucking amendment. I'll say that. Not internet. But I don't know why Resistance wants foreign-born people to become president. if anything, we should put positions like the Supreme Court more restricted to. That's for sure.
Mondani's not a foreigner, so I don't care what you have to say.
Yeah, he was born in Uganda.
So what? So were a lot of other founding fathers. They weren't born in the United States.
Yeah, but he also happens to be against the U.S. He's a fucking communist.
No, he's against you dirty ass Jews and the dirty ass Europeans that commit genocide. Totally different.
Yeah, okay. Sure. I'm not even Jewish, but even if I was, gosh.
No, but you're a white and you probably committed pedophilia before.
I'm actually not.
So people like you, we need to, gas chamber you.
It's kind of sad that you think someone not being retarded makes them white. That's sad.
I would like to give full disclosure, since it was brought up, so I don't want to leave any doubt. I am white. I am an atheist, and I'm a white Jewish atheist. So I just wanted to give full disclosure. Thank you. I'm also a critical thinker and a devil worshiper.
That's what the black cube of Saturn is.
Exactly.
Did Resistance get kicked or did he win?
I haven't kicked anybody, but have fear.
I kicked him. I kicked him for anti-Semitism in general.
Oh, okay. But have no fear, you all. I'm not running for political office. I've got way too many skeletons in my closet.
Damn, that's sad. I wanted to hear him spew his retardation more on stage, unfortunately. Anyone who thinks Mondani would be a good president is insane, by the way. And it makes sense that that resistance guy would look like him because he literally is against Western civilization. Seems like he's sympathizing with radical Islamists. So if this is the court of Mamdani, gosh, I think we should put this more out for people to know. So we know who supports Mamdani, the type of person who would like to see this guy raise a wider movement across the country.
Well, the only thing I can suggest is pay attention to the Los Angeles mayor's race, because Mayor Karen Bass is the first incumbent in over 20 years, the incumbent LA mayor to be forced into a runoff, and it's by Nithya Raman, who is a Los Angeles congresswoman who is a member of the Democrat Socialist Party. And I have predicted since she entered the race that she is going to win. And if she wins, you have both mayors of New York and Los Angeles who are both members of the DSA.
Mamdani is one of the best Shabbos goys. Check out my PTR.
I don't even get the joke that's supposed to be from that, but it's just so ridiculous. You got like anti-Semites who don't like Mamdani, but they want to make him not as much of an anti-Semite as he should be. And then you got anti-Semites who actually do like Mamdani. It's really interesting. I have no idea what the logic is.
Well, the logic is that to win elections, you have to go towards the middle. You can't go to the extremes, but you don't want to go further into the middle when you're going to lose your base. Therefore, you have to figure where the gray area is, and you go into the gray area towards the middle, and that way you can attract the votes from the others. Republican attracts votes from Democrats, and the way a Democrat gets votes from the Republicans is not to go to the extremes, but move just enough towards the middle where you don't lose your base, but you attract, say, the 5% from the other side. And 5% generally is all you need.
Sometimes 5 inches is all you need, Uncle Steve, depending on who the woman is.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Reverend Scott.
Sometimes 5 inches is fine.
Sometimes 1 inch works, you know. Depends how you use it, you know.
Sure.
Only with Asian women.
I think that the Democrats should run DSA.
And I'm such a slut for authority.
I think they should run DSA candidates for the next 2 years leading up into 2028 and nominate someone with the same mindset as Mamdani president.
I'm sensing a lot of very outdated lenses to analyze here. Let me first say that I consider myself to be center left. I'm not a fan of the DSA people for a variety of reasons. That being said, the idea that it's like, oh, there's like a left and the right and the moderate candidates in the middle, like moderate voters don't really like, they're not a significant portion of the voting bloc. And a lot of times these people are not centrists in the sense that their views cluster towards the middle, but they actually are basically non-ideological and have a whole bunch of heterodox views across the entire, what we would call like left-right political spectrum. So people also are not very good at actually sussing out the ideology of a candidate. I have no doubt that a DSA adjacent candidate, if they are a extremely strong, charismatic personality, could do very well in a major election, depending on their rhetoric and personality. I don't like this. I think this is a problem. I prefer more moderate. I think using talking about the right spectrum in the current kind of era where there's also this huge populist establishment dynamic, I think the left-right analysis just misses a lot.
I think you miss a lot, Kevin. And I just want to say that Democrat, progressive, pluralist, socialist, communists will never win in America, and there are limitations and restrictions in place, checks and balances, which will prevent any significant social or cultural change. And that's because if they don't lift the budget, the debt in this country, the debt ceiling that Congress approves, there will be no funding. And we are witnessing in real time the federal government, Pete Hegseth, or the mayor of Chicago, saying, "We ran out of money. We need more money." And so a Democrat, progressive, pluralist, liberal, socialist, communists is essentially neutered when there's no money for them to spend on their ridiculous programs and projects. This is Ayn Rand. I am complete.
I'm going to disagree with you. The DSA just won the most important mayor's race in the country. How can you say with a straight face
Disagree with me on
that
what?
they'll never win anything important?
I didn't say win. I said spend. If there's no money, if the national budget is not lifted by Congress, there will be no money to spend. The budgets that are in place will have to be allocated to what they're allocated to, or the DSAs steal from the pensions by borrowing from banks, and banks will gladly lend. They will gladly issue bonds on behalf of a city and collect the fees. They don't care about the liability. They need the transaction revenue. The point is, a Democrat, socialist, pluralist, liberal who spends the whole month of July creating content with rainbow flags and freak clowns is never in any significant way going to lead the people to glory, to victory, prosperity, and abundance, because they are faggot retards, retarded faggots, who kiss people at parties.
Would you prefer them to create content with your wife?
Listen, free Andrew Tate. There's prosecutorial misconduct involved in the prosecution of our great Mahdi, Andrew Tate. I am complete.
Yeah, it's always. I like what you're saying. You string together a lot of words, and in certain contexts, those words might actually have meaning, but you manage to spin them in a way which is almost entirely void of all meaning.
Projection alert system has been activated and detection has been made. A projection mirror has been put up to collect your projection. A projection mirror is collecting your projection. A projection mirror is collecting your projection.
I'm getting. Can you just kick him? Like, he's not actually
He is
engaging in
he
a
is
conversation.
he is excellent at baiting.
Hello?
Master Bader.
No, he really is. And it's like, I'm not.
You're projecting onto me your own bait.
I feel like
You're calling me a bait or gaslighter when you're the bait or gaslighter. You're the bait gaslight, not me. That's you, Kevin. That's all you do. Faggot retard. Retard faggot.
Well, okay, interesting. So, are you guys? This is the stage you want.
It's up to Reverend Scott. Let's lay down the facts very quickly.
How do we move down? How do we move down?
Well, that's up to you. That's it. Let's give the facts for 60 seconds. The DSA just won the most important mayor's race in the country. That's undisputed. We now have the second most important mayor's race in Los Angeles, which I spoke about 5 minutes ago, and it's the first time in 20 years that a Los Angeles. Who's breathing heavy?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you.
I had a difficult workout yesterday.
Yeah, no. That's fine. I'm sorry.
Pick something
Yeah,
up
okay.
today.
No,
Sorry,
it's okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. So the DSA, Mandami, won the New York mayor's race, arguably the most important mayor's race in the country. We now have the Los Angeles mayor's race for the first time in over 20 years, where an incumbent Los Angeles mayor has been forced into a runoff by a DSA candidate, Nithya Raman, and I predict, my crystal ball says, she's going to win. So regardless of what anybody says about national politics, presumably the Congress or the Senate, you've arguably got the two most important mayors in the country, which are probably going to go to DSA. So there you have it.
We also, even if you are anti-progressive, anti-DSA, anti-Democrat, I think it would behoove you to actually, not you, Steve, but others, to have like an honest assessment of what people like Mamdani are and the kinds of campaigns that they run, because frankly, a lot of the critiques just fall very flat. I think that when somebody is, we're calling somebody, like socialist or communist, like the guy did not run on a platform of, seizing the means of production, for the working class, for the workers. He's basically running as like a, FDR style, I guess you could say, or like early, 20th century progressive style. Basically, we're going to just like do more social programs. None of the programs that he mentioned, even for like radical ones or ones that I think are kind of stupid, like the pilot program for public grocery stores. Like this is even something that already exists in a few capacities. There are state-owned or municipal-owned grocery stores in a number of rural places where there wouldn't be sufficient like market demand absent that, and then also a ton of states in the United States of publicly owned liquor stores. So I think it's a stupid proposal, but then other stuff like free buses, plenty of places have like heavily subsidized or free public transit. You can make an argument if it's good or bad, but it's really not that extreme. Free universal.
Not that extreme when somebody else has to pay for it.
Very extreme. Not very extreme.
You're just an altruist. That's what altruists say. They say it's not extreme.
It's no more extreme than
It's
universal.
not extreme stealing and taking from other people for other people. That you're sacrificing other people for other people.
Okay, interesting stuff. I'd like to hear a convincing argument as to why free pre-K is significantly more extreme than free K through 12.
I'm going to give you a convincing argument why I think Nithya Raman, the DSA candidate for mayor of Los Angeles, is going to win. Last year, when the alleged was caught on film, laying in wait, and then shot this guy in the back, basically assassinated him, that the poll for voters 18 to 34 in America, registered voters, 40% of them said they approved of Mangione killing Brian Thompson, basically assassinating him, basically shooting him in the back. I was blown away. I couldn't believe
Well, Steve,
it. I mean,
you gotta understand psychology. Look at Dillinger.
Go on mute.
Okay, can you tell McZed to also go on mute?
That's your second warning.
You're letting the troll stay on stage.
Well, that's up to I'm not going to kick him. This is
How
Reverend
do we
Scott.
remove someone from the stage? Kicking him would be anti-Semitic.
But I will only take 60 seconds. If this were to have happened 50 years ago, there is no way that there would be a 40% approval of shooting somebody in the back, basically assassinating the guy in broad daylight. But you have a 40% approval of Mangione shooting Brian Thompson in the back in broad daylight. And this is why the DSA is going to start really taking over the political compass, pardon the pun, because this is what these voters think. They don't think like me. They
You kicked me! Faggot retard!
What the fuck I'm talking about. I'm an idiot. I'm a stupid fuck. I don't approve of assassinating people in broad daylight. But 40% of registered voters, 18 to 34, approved of what Luigi Mangione did.
I want to be a pedantic, but would you mind sharing if you do you know like the exact wording of the question by any chance?
No, no. It's an excellent question. The answer is no. But if you take a look at the polls that came out 1 month after the murder, or the alleged murder, 40% of 18 to 34-year-olds approved of it. But the answer is no to your question.
Okay, on that, I mean, I would first say I agree with you. I think it's absolutely disgusting that anybody would defend what happened. I think Brian Thompson is a much better person than Mangione ever was, based on reason. And also, that's just not how we do things here. That's like a very strong view that's like third world shit to me. With that being said, I think one thing we might be confusing here is that is like all the support for that is concentrated on the left wing, this is like an opinion you'd have if you're only looking at things through like the left-right spectrum. But if you are looking at it from the populist establishment thing, you're going to get a lot of people who are on the political right who are like not at all fans of the big insurance companies. And this is, I would need to find exact like person data on this, but to speak a little bit anecdotally, I remember looking at right-wing YouTube channels where this happens, specifically like Daily Wire stuff, Ben Shapiro's podcast, Matt Walsh, and they were all saying, this is terrible that this guy was shot, which I agree with, was terrible. But a lot of their own fans in the comments are saying, like, no, like, basically, like, fuck these people. Like, these people make, like, I pay so much money in insurance, they make money, like, 9 people covered. Like, the upset with the health insurance industry is not something that is exclusive to the insurance political left.
Insurance is a scam. That's why I say America.
Also, I wouldn't extrapolate this out to say that this gives DSA candidates a high likelihood of winning because there's a lot of support for this. once again, my previous point, which wasn't really addressed, I think we're heavily over-indexing on ideology here. Voters are not good at determining the ideology of the candidates. Voters don't really understand ideology, and a huge percentage of voters are basically partisan, non-ideological.
Wouldn't you say that most voters are able to identify key aspects of a candidate, like just by advertising to the voters? If let's say I'm a Republican and there's a candidate against me who says, oh yeah, trans kids deserved the right to have like operations done on them. Just one message like that is going to get a voter to understand their social policy very quickly. Would you agree with that?
I would largely agree with that. I think even in that, we're saying that seeing single policy position presented in an advertisement for or against can heavily influence the way a voter perceives a candidate in their entirety. And to the extent to which the messaging we see on TV is accurate, then voters might be able to assess ideology. But I think largely these things are inaccurate on all sides. People don't present, other people, honestly, they present this information in the way that gives them the most, to their perspective, the most likelihood of winning, and their opposition the least likelihood of winning. So I agree with you, but I don't think your point actually disputes my point.
Your point is more so that, middle of the road voters, or just voters in general, are not as well versed in politics. When they see someone, they're more persuaded by their aura, their charisma, how they present themselves, and just the surface level aspects of them. But it's very true at the same time that regular voters also understand social policy, very surface level policies that can be, can be seen in everyday life often, whether it's economic or social policies, those can be seen in everyday life. So when someone's policy regarding to situations like that is exposed, it's a lot easier for the average middle-of-the-road voter to say, yeah, I don't know about this guy. And with the DSA, there's a lot of candidates like that. And unfortunately, in cities like New York and Los Angeles, they have a lot of better chance. But in a freaking nationwide election where you have to worry about states like Tennessee or Ohio or Iowa, social policy to voters is a lot easier to convince them and say these guys are freaking weirdos, which the DSA is filled with freaking weirdos. And that's why I said I kind of hope that the Democrat Party leans on these guys for the next 4 years, because just like the Republican Party wants to avoid crazy white people as it's in the Democratic Party's interest to avoid retards like this. The DSA is just a bunch of Hassan types.
I totally agree with this. I like 90% agree with this. The only thing I'm saying is that it's not a given. Like, very few people acknowledge this. But I believe Mamdani ran a fairly moderate campaign.
It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash
said a lot
and
of
shell
nice
companies.
things about NYPD and says we need support, we need public safety. All of the social programs are ones that are very much within the Overton window. He ran a campaign rich in populist messaging. But he did not present himself as a radical, and if he did, I don't think Hassan Piker could have won that election. He says too many absolutely crazy things, and I just think a lot of people want to conflate these together. But broadly, I agree with you. I would like the Democratic Party to really ostracize these people that are actually truly anti-capitalist, anti-Western. This is to me unacceptable, and I agree with you, but I just don't think it's completely outside the realm that if they're otherwise good candidates like Mamdani and they run fairly moderate campaigns, that they could win.
So then my question to you would be, considering you think he ran a moderate campaign, do you think if he ran his campaign against Trump rather than Kamala, that he would have beat Donald Trump on a nationwide election?
That's a tough counterfactual, but I think there probably is a solid argument just because of that populist establishment dynamic that I talked about earlier, that he would have done better than Kamala. He's also just way higher on the charisma index, and I think that's something that Kamala, which even you probably agree with, and I think that's something that Mamdani and Trump have in common is their really strong ability to just hammer on core messaging and to always redirect to the core message and the core policy objectives. With Trump, it was, that we're going to do tariffs, trade has been unfair, we're going to build a wall, we're going to do deportations, we're going to make energy cheap. Like, these are policy objectives. And I think Mamdani did a similar thing where he hammered home on the free childcare, free buses, I think Mamdani probably would have done it.
I think you're looking at the fact that he did successful in a place like New York, and you're framing his campaign as moderate in comparison to how radical it could be, but you're forgetting just how radical it was on a nationwide scale. And if this was done in efforts to appeal to voters across the nation, he would have got swamped. He wouldn't even make it out the DNC primary.
Let me ask you this: do you think that expanding K through 12 education to include daycare, do you think this is something that would be perceived by the vast majority of voters as like an extreme, unacceptable socialist position?
Well, not necessarily, but that's not the only thing he advertised, obviously.
Yeah, I think if he was running a national campaign, he would have probably picked different policy priorities.
He would have chosen to pick different policies, of course, but he still would have his core beliefs. And when it came down to the question of how we would handle things that mattered during the 2024 election, like policing, attitudes towards immigration, he would have got absolutely fucking destroyed.
I think it's hard.
That's obvious
for me.
He's calling ICE a terrorist organization. He's saying that he didn't want to outlaw the NYPD, but he's obviously got opinions towards police.
But now we're doing a little bit of time traveling, because I think saying those kinds of statements about ICE today are very different than had he been saying those statements about ICE pre, the previous election and pre all of the ICE stuff that has happened. I did, like I said, you're asking me. You're asking me. You're asking me. Okay, that's great. You're asking me
on anti-Israel.
Okay. You're asking me a counterfactual.
By the way, de Blasio ran on universal child care as well. It's one of those things that they offer all the time. That was basically de Blasio already provided it, by the way. These were empty promises that are unlikely to be fulfilled.
I don't think you're.
Wing that.
Okay, it's fine. I don't, Dove. The last thing I'll say is I don't really think the counterfactual can be answered, because I don't know what a national Mamdani campaign would look like. What I can say, though, is that I do think a very progressive person with his level of charisma and messaging could potentially do very well, despite being on the further left end of the political spectrum. Because I really do think charisma and messaging and policy selection are like that important.
Well, that is true, but the window, the Overton window of U.S. politics has not shifted so rapidly that the positions that Mamdani advertises will be appealing on a national scale, regardless of his charisma. That's my point.
Yeah, but those are, I think also, I don't think it's fair to assume that he would have picked, it's very unlikely that somebody running to be mayor of a city would choose the same policies to run on if they were running to be president of the country. I don't know. I would have to see but if I could imagine, let me just give an example. If I could imagine Mamdani running on, I'll just scale the policies up, doing a large build out of U.S. public transit, of doing universal child care, wanting to do something on health insurance, some sort of public option or large scale ACA expansion. I do think you can win on this platform. Now he's not running on seizing the means of production, buying up large shares
of expanding healthcare.
Yeah.
Why don't? With all due respect, very quickly, why don't we get realistic? He's not eligible to run for president. So how about if he's successful and New York. He runs for re-election. Mondani is what, 35, 36 years old? He was born in 91, right? He's 35 years old. He runs for re-election. He gets elected for a second term as mayor. That takes him to 44, 45 years old. And then he runs for United States Senate. And then he gets elected by New York as a senator. Let's get real.
Communicate these plans to the local rabbis. The whole point of this is to show that the DSA is grabbing a foothold of the Democrat Party. Not to the extent where they're taking over, obviously, but they're getting more influence. And my entire point was, if there's more Mamdanis, the DNC is cooked. And I kind of want that to happen.
And I think that there are going to be more Mondamis. However, I question whether or not the Democratic Party is cooked. But I completely agree. There's going to be more Mondami.
Yeah. I mean, you could disagree on the level of which they'd be screwed. But I'm saying that, Kevin was saying, if Mondani ran nationally, he'd have different ways to appeal. But when push comes to shove, he's still going to have to answer on the core issues that Americans care about. And how he handles those issues is different from how a lot of Americans would like to.
I completely agree, but the fact of the matter is he can't run nationally.
It was a hypothetical.
But when we talk, I understand, but when we talk about more Mondamis, let's get real. We've got Nithya Raman in Los Angeles, who I predict, and obviously my crystal ball could be wrong, is going to become mayor of Los Angeles at the end of the year. There's your next Mondami.
I was just going to say, Mamdani is basic. So my way of judging how Mamdani would perform nationally is to check the approval ratings of Congress members like AOC and Elon. That's my point.
But I guess I'm saying that the personality thing is so unbelievably strong, it's really hard to even make those kinds of comparisons. Like, I don't think the voters are not largely voting based on policy platforms. This idea that the voter is sitting down with 4 Windows tabs open, comparing policy platforms and determining who to vote for based on that. This is just not how voters actually operate. The political science research on this is pretty clear that voters basically choose who they want to vote for, and then they adopt the policy platform post-op, which seems crazy, but I could give this is like my area of education, so I could give specific examples, but I don't want to bore people in the room. So just take my word for it. I think that these candidates that are running, we are in a populist era right now, and populist candidates have an advantage. If most people think that the establishment is not working for them, almost by default, people are going to gravitate towards these kinds of candidates that are speaking up against the establishment, that are saying these people are crooked and corrupt. I mean, this is why Trump did so well. If Trump, has won multiple, like the idea that a Mamdani type figure is just outside the realm of possibility, I don't understand how this could be your worldview. And I say this as someone who is I consider Mamdani very, very much to my left.
Anything is possible in U.S. politics. Donald Trump being elected 10 years ago, well, I thought it was insane. So there's that. What I'm saying is that doing all of the things you say are true, that first that matters. Voters are drawn towards populism. There's much more that I feel you're not accounting for, which is that the policies at the end of the day will be things that people judge their decision on. If you look at post-vote polls for a lot of voters, they saw Kamala Harris as radical in comparison to Donald Trump. And it wasn't just because Donald Trump was a populist. If anything, Donald Trump had already been president, and we had seen what he had done before. His first term, as much as it was anti-establishment, it was nothing like the most radical populist would have. So there was much more going against Kamala because of her policies. And if she was to say things, she'd be caught between a rock and a hard place because she had to satisfy the leftists to her left and the more moderates to her right on social policies and things like immigration and policing. So someone in the DSA is going to be in the same position in there. And the thing is, Kamala has no opinion. It was just fucking like a dummy who had to say what she had to say in order to get a good position in the election. Someone like Mamdani or a DSA candidate, they have their own convictions and they're not going to lie as politically unless they're a really good politician. I don't think they're going to be able to lie about what they believe. That's all I'm saying.
Do you think that would be an advantage or a disadvantage? Because I think one of the things that there was a lot going against Kamala in the election, mainly that there was just a global tidal wave against incumbents in the inflationary environment. I think one thing that voters did not like is that she was seemingly unwilling to alienate any of her voters. And at a certain point, you do have to say, like, these are my positions. Even if you disagree with some of them, I still hope you vote for me. And she was unwilling to. I just don't think the policies meant we're going to stop it for this because we're repeating ourselves a little bit. But I just don't think. I think the gulf between perception of radicalism and what the actual policy positions are, I think that these things can map onto each other, but they certainly don't. I think Obama was perceived as being far more radical than he actually was. I think he was a fairly moderate candidate and president in the scheme of things, yet he was constantly called a socialist and a communist. And I think that people like Trump, too, second term Senator Trump ran on a fairly extreme policy platform. I mean, global tariffs, for example, that's an extreme position by any stretch. And he was perceived as more moderate. I just don't think voters are good at it since quote extreme a candidate is, and I actually don't think they care about this.
Will the mod allow like response for my Okay, thank you. So I think
of course, Smurf, for you, always my friend.
Thank you. So I think that, first of all, Trump's mannerisms and his demeanor and his ethics are revolting to all highly educated people. So if you survey everyone in America who has a PhD, they will throw up at the mention of Trump just because he just rubs people the wrong way with his demeanor. However, when you poll people about his policies, when you don't name them as Trump policy, when you say to people, hey, imagine a candidate that's running on this, are you in favor? People, the vast majority of Americans are actually in favor of his policies. Now, the retarded, woke, white leftists on Clubhouse always disagree with me, but I have proof that I am accurate. So, at one of the universities, they ran a debate, but they ran the debate in a very clever way. They had a woman who presented Trump's own words, okay, in a soft-spoken female voice. So she said, I want to whisper that we need to deport all the illegals. And I want to whisper that we need to ban trannies from the schools. And this woman, this female candidate, said and this is verbatim, his exact words. And then they had a man who pushed Hillary's policies. So you had a male actor saying all of Hillary's stuff, and you had a female one. And then at the end of the debate, they asked people, who would you vote for in an election? The female Trump, the woman who was speaking Trump's policies, won in a landslide with both men and women. So I'll land my plane here because I want to hear from every fucking person on stage. The retarded woke leftists believe Trump keeps winning and winning and winning because his personality appeals to the working class. But it's just not true. It's just bullshit. He's winning in the peer-reviewed study that I just said, which every fucking person in the room could Google, proves it. I'm done speaking.
Thank you, Smurf. Always a pleasure. And please visit us at Uncle Steve's room on the weekends. Uncle Steve, by the way, just a free plug. Uncle Steve hosts 2 great rooms. On Saturdays, Ask Uncle Steve from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard. That's 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. And Sundays, Ask the Atheist Again, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. EST, where I am to the best, the best weekend show on Clubhouse. It's amazing. And please, if you don't go there regularly, come, attend. It's fantastic. And Smurf attends, as does Caleb and Marshall and others. It's wonderful. Uncle Steve, you want to plug your room at all?
That you took the words right out of my mouth. We hope that all of you will attend. We're going into our 6th year. So if you're not doing anything on Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time, please join us. Everybody's welcome.
All right, Smurf, anything else for us, buddy? You're on fire today. You were great with politics. You've been great with Philadelphia and Pennsylvania geography and lifestyles. You've been on fire today. We love Smurf. Marshall, how are you doing, pal?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. How about yourself? How are you doing?
I'm all right, pal. We're just talking a little blood libel today, and as Christians, we're concerned with the history of anti-Semitism. We do not like blood libels.
No, we as Christians do not. We as Presbyterians in particular do not like blood libel.
We don't like it.
I'll answer you succinctly, Scott. So since people were criticizing what I said, I posted a link in the room chat that shows a soft-spoken, kind-hearted female Donald Trump kicking the ass of a male Hillary. And any honest person in this room should read it. It'll probably change your priors. Separately, I'll be succinct here. The most popular policy of Trump, by far, when you survey Americans today, is his policy on trannies. The Trump tranny policy of not allowing people with penises into the female locker room polls at 80%. And the Trump policy of not allowing people with penises to compete with little girls in sports polls at 70%. So I think America is gifted. America has the providence of God smiles on America. The providence of God has persuaded all of the white leftists on Clubhouse to demand policies that are so unpopular they guarantee that Democrats will lose some elections. So the Democrats are going to lose Michigan. They're going to lose. They're going to lose Maine. They're going to lose a lot of elections because the Democrats have deliberately chosen the most unpopular position in America, and it's unquestionable. It's like religious dogma, right? I'll post the link. The religion of the Democratic Party is that you must have penises in the girls' locker room, and anyone that says you shouldn't is an apostate to the religion. They're actually risking death by saying it. So America is blessed that the Democrats have chosen to commit suicide by choosing a policy which they know for sure, they know with absolute certainty is going to lose them elections, and they do it because they believe in it. And it's admirable to believe in something, even if it's unpopular, but that's the fact. And I have multiple links that prove it, and I would invite all the white leftist retards on stage to try to refute what I'm saying.
I'm hoping I'm not in that category of leftist.
I'll just say, what an invitation. What all the white leftist retards, come engage me in a conversation. It's really, really wonderful.
I think he's one of your people. I think he's one of the tribe with that.
Yeah, so what?
Just say. Yeah. Beautiful. I love it. I like him. He is the best troll on the app, and I probably the most interesting troll here. I love him. I think he's the absolute best. Sorry, I don't know why I pointed that out. Maybe I don't think it was a blood libel, but maybe it was problematic. But by the way, the commentary guys, I don't know if y'all listen to this podcast, but it's one of the best conservative podcasts out of Commentary Magazine. Very smart guys. I mean, I often disagree with them on a host of things, many things, but they're great. And their discussion on the blood libel stuff, the history of blood libels, how this is a contemporary blood libel, I thought was actually outstanding. It's yesterday's podcast. If you wanna find it, it's in the title is Book of Mamdano, and I will put the link in the.
I think you're correct. It is a blood libel, Scott, and to be succinct, throughout history, blood libels precede genocide. So basically, if you look at the Hutus and Tutsis, which everyone in the room should Google, one group of Africans, for reasons I don't fucking even understand, hated another group, and they were psyching themselves up to kill them with machetes. And the first step, you see, because most people are good and honest, most people will not agree to participate in mass killing, and let's persuade them that it's justice. So no murderer in modern history has gone before his people and said, we must kill these people because they're weaker than us. We're strong, they're weak, so let's kill them. That's not how it works. There has to be an invented grievance. So in Africa, in this case, the Hutus and Tutsis, they invented some totally fake blood libel, exactly the same as the blood libel that Mondani has invented. They had the radio stations transmit this blood libel. And then after they transmitted for a few weeks, then they said, okay, we're going to go gather machetes. And no one in the room may remember it, because maybe I'm older than the other people in the room, but because of this blood libel, they motivated people and they hacked 900,000 people to death with machetes. 900,000 people. And obviously, this was a true genocide, but all the liberal retards in this room who claim that there's a genocide in Gaza, right? They didn't give a fuck about the genocide in Africa. You know why? Because they didn't give a fuck about the genocide in Africa because they couldn't blame it on a group they hate. To the people in this room, it was one group of Africans killing another group. They didn't give a shit, right? Even though that was a real genocide of 900,000 people. Instead, the white leftists want to talk about a fake genocide of like 40, 50,000 people. And that happens over and over again. And I'm going to land my plane in a second. In Africa today, I think in Congo, one group of Africans has already killed 1 million other Africans, and no one in America even gives a shit. If you go to all the people that claim to care about Gaza, they don't give a fuck about the 1 million people killed. They don't give a fuck about real genocides. They only give a fuck about fake genocides against people they hate. So fuck them, bring them on stage so you can debate them.
I'll debate you, Homer, in a very respectful way. Go ahead, Matthew. Why don't you do a little debating?
Well, I've heard the argument before that, look, I'm no idiot. I know anti-Semitism is 1,000% real. And there are people, they're just going to hate Jews, and they're going to look for reasons to hate them. 1,000,000%. But I do think there are people, and they've been described people on the left, I don't know if that's actually true or not, and it really depends on the person. But I think there are people like me who genuinely like Jewish culture and genuinely interested in Jewish history and appreciate the Jewish people for all they've done. All they've done for the world. Disproportionately, I feel like the Jewish people have contributed tremendously to the world in many, many different ways. At the same time, I think it's perfectly plausible to not be anti-Semitic whatsoever and to criticize some of the things that Israel has been doing. I realize that that Israel has a very, it's you can't compare it to the United States or Canada with our giant oceans on either side. Israel has a very small margin for error. It's basically landlocked. I mean, it is against the ocean, but it's pretty much a wall. And it's surrounded by cultures and people that don't always
And for those people who say, there's different standards set for Israel than, for example, places in Africa, I do agree with that as well. And if I were Jewish, it would be very difficult for me to split the difference between people who are not anti-Semitic, but who don't like seeing terrible things going on, and people who just want to find a reason to hate Jews. So I understand, from a Jewish perspective, from being picked on since the beginning of time, that criticisms of Israel can look anti-Semitic. I understand that. I get that. However, not all criticisms of Israel is anti-Semitic. And then also, in addition to this, and I think a lot of people would agree, is that if the common response to any kind of criticism of Israel is, oh, that's anti-Semitic, sometimes it can be, but if this is too commonly said, I don't think accusations of being anti-Semitic sort of have the same gravity as it once did. There are news reporters, very popular newscasters coming out and saying, hey, I'm proud to be called anti-Semitic because that just means that I'm on the right side of history, and there's too many people trying to be by saying that we've caught on to this game. So it's a complicated topic, and to be honest, I think we shouldn't generalize about Israel. We shouldn't generalize about people that criticize Israel. We shouldn't generalize, certainly not about Jews. We shouldn't generalize about anything.
Yeah, I just want to say that's great, thank you. And I think it's certainly not anti-Semitic to critique policies of the government, right? The Israeli government. I mean, there's in 2003, Natan Sharansky, a former Israeli politician and human rights activist, developed this framework to distinguish proper political criticism of the state of Israel from anti-Semitic rhetoric. He had the 3 Ds: delegitimization. So does the rhetoric in question deny the Jewish people their fundamental right to self-determination, or claim that the state of Israel has no right to exist, right? Which we hear all the time on the left. And I've said that some. Demonization, portraying Israelis or Zionists as neither evil, malicious, or subhumans, comparing Israeli policies directly to Nazi Germany, which I've seen done a lot lately. And 3 double standards, applying selective, harsher moral scrutiny to Israel while ignoring identical or far worse human rights abuses committed by other countries. This happens all the time. So I think that all this stuff combined happens all the time. So it's not that criticism of Netanyahu or any specific policy is inherently anti-Semitic, but very often it is dressed up in this sort of.
Can you repeat that third D again? Because I don't even agree with the first 2.
Yeah, the third is double standards. So applying selective, harsher moral scrutiny to Israel while ignoring identical or far worse human rights abuses committed by other countries. So you don't hear the left talking about killing of Christians in Nigeria. You just don't hear it. I've never seen. There were no student protests where Iran killed tens of thousands of people. There's usually weren't any student protests, right? There's nobody on the left raised a word of protest, right? I mean, so this kind of stuff. There you go. Again, these are not my words. These are Sharansky's.
Right. Let's go back to the first 2. The first one was delegitimization, right?
Yeah.
Does the criticism, basically, disregard the state of Israel's right to exist? Is that right?
Yes.
Delegitimize the state of Israel's right to exist. Okay. Does North Korea have the right to exist by that guy's standard?
Good question. That's a good question. I don't know what his views are on North Korea. But
because if the answer is no, then that guy is inherently creating a double standard himself, which now goes to automatically discredit these 3 Ds, or at least the first one. You would agree with that, Scott, right?
I think what he's saying, I know Caleb might be able to speak to this because he probably knows this stuff inside out much better than you. But I think he's saying that one of the reasons I would say there are other liberal democracies. No. Just stick to the point. You understand what I'm saying, right? Well, I didn't respond, right? You're not like my response.
I think part of
There are other liberal democracies, which Israel's one, who have injustices and commit acts which are, would find problematic. It's really problematic. We don't say because of that these states shouldn't exist. So I mean, out of in liberal societies, that's a really good question. I don't know. Should you speak to this at all, Caleb?
Can you answer the question though first, Caleb? Does North Korea have the right to exist the same way that Israel?
So I'll say it like this. Adam said something in the chat, which I agree with, something I disagree with. States don't have the rights to exist. They have the rights to self-determination. Not only exist, but having the right to self-determination is the same identifies themselves in national terms. Has this right. I think this is codified in some kind of UN document.
American is maybe American. The problem here in law is when you claim that your self-determination is dependent upon like this fear that all of these other neighboring countries and people around you just inherently have it out for you, and that you must basically eliminate those threats at all costs, at any costs. And then those other people are like, well, they have it out for us because they think that we have it out for them, so we must also fight back and eliminate that threat at all costs, at any cost. What we have here is a failure to communicate. What will likely occur is some sort of genocide in one regard or another, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a bunch of that. I think yes, the state of Israel was created in large part because of safety of Jews and in order to have safety of Jews. But the national identity of the people of Israel, of the Jewish people, did not begin with that phenomenon. That is an old, centuries or thousands of years old identification that we have, way that we self-identify. I think that's really important to mention. So, look, modernity promised the Jews safety in majority societies. They lied. And that's why we need a state of Israel.
Why did the state of Israel have to be where it is?
Where else are you going to put the Jews? The most natural place for the Jews is in the place where our civilization and culture originated.
Or maybe it would have been where the largest political congregation of the Jews that were lobbying for the creation of the nation state of Israel already lived, which was in the West Europe, the Western Europe area. So maybe perhaps
they weren't looking for a sovereign European country.
Maybe perhaps after, they weren't looking for a sovereign European country is partially what I'm getting at. Why not? They already lived there.
They didn't, because that place was hostile to them.
Well, so is this place. In fact, this place is so hostile to them that they deem it necessary for them to be hostile to everybody else in response.
Okay, so there is an argument there. I think there is an argument to say there that regionally speaking, as far as a neighborhood goes, yes, they put the country in a neighborhood that was already antagonistic.
But here's the thing,
for a long time. Hold on, hang on. I think that's fair, right? There also was a resistance to even the presence of any kind of Jewish political entity there. Right? So it's not, I don't think it's only about the Jews or the Zionists choosing a different place. But it was, you have to understand philosophically about Zionism and philosophically about Jews for 2,000 years.
There you go. This all goes back to a religious philosophy.
It's not a religious thing. No, it's not a religious thing. For thousands of years, the people amongst whom we lived told us we were from Palestine. That's what they told us. You don't belong here because you're not from here. You're from that other place over there.
And what happened to all of the people that were living where the state of Israel already is in Palestine when those Jews decided to move back to that Palestinian area?
You're absolutely right.
They still live there. They still live there.
Yeah, they actually do still live there. But like, look, Florida, I agree that my self-determination does not have to come at the, it should not come at the expense of somebody else's or be accomplished through criminal means. Okay, I agree with that. Okay, and it's also the case, right? I just want to push back on the religion thing. They told us we weren't from Germany. They told us we weren't from England. They told us we weren't from Morocco. They told us we were from Palestine. And then we go back to Palestine and they tell us we're not from there. This is a problem.
I just wanted to make the point that there's countless ethnic minorities all over the world who don't have their own state / right to self-determination. I don't believe such a right exists. I mean, people can fight for it, right? They can fight for a state, but you have no inherent right to have a state. Nobody does, right? If that was the case, there's a whole bunch of states that don't exist anymore. Yeah, and this is not something we don't believe that Catalans in Spain have a right to a state. If they decide that they want to have one, they're not going to be able to carve out the territory of Spain and get one. That's not going to happen, right? Native Americans have no state in the United States. They're never going to get one. Right? It's not going to be a thing. I don't buy this for even a second. There's all sorts of the borders in all of the sub-Saharan African countries. None of them recognize rights of statehood to various ethnic groups in any of those countries. Right, so no, people do not have some inherent right, which we recognize across the board for all peoples to be able to self-determine. Because if you do that, it just devolves into it's a never-ending cycle of splitting up of states.
Yeah, every individual
I think what we see, I think the whole principle of international law just kind of rests on this idea of territorial national sovereignty, self-determination. Once you're a nation, and you get to control that, and there's no empires anymore, right? And what have we seen? Lots and lots and lots of new nations formed. Last 100 years, most of the nations on the planet are new in the last 100 years, right? Because of this exact idea in modernity.
So, wait, before you guys keep going down this road, Caleb, I engaged with you in this rhetoric that you chose to respond to me with, but you never answered my question directly nor specifically, and I'm just going to repeat it again.
Okay.
Does North Korea have a right to exist in the same way that Israel?
I think so.
Do you really think so, or are you only saying that to try to be ideologically consistent for the purpose of an argument?
I mean, I appreciate the question, but yeah, I think so. I really do think so. I think Koreans are a nation.
Yeah,
Chinese are a nation, and Japanese people are a nation, and Jews are a nation.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Did we apply this same level of ideological consistency to the nation of Korea before it was split into two Koreas?
Look, the split maybe doesn't have to do with that. Look, the split is about something else.
But you would have to create a situation where outside countries enabled the Palestinians to cede half the territory of Israel. Right, and control it, and they consistently support
They did that. That's called the 1947 Partition Plan of the United Nations. They did that.
Yeah, they were offered a state. They were offered a state the same way at the same time that Israel was offered a state. They chose to reject it.
Caleb, my
Well, you guys are right.
point
I
about
mean,
the splits of, like, you're right that there's no empire, right? But, like, I specifically mentioned the borders of African states, none of which follow the lines. They're all European constructs. None of those lines follow a line that would tell you they're not ethno-states. They don't follow a line that says that this population has self-determination. It's a whole bunch of populations which would have never agreed to be in a state together, but were locked into a state by a third party. And now those borders are frozen.
They're
They do
frozen.
not
They
have a
can
right to
change them if they choose
self-determination.
to. They're
No.
frozen. They can choose. They can change them if they
Well, you
choose. to.
can't.
Yes,
Well,
of course they can.
can't.
Anybody can.
Yeah, it might happen. You can change borders through war. It might happen through war, but you can. I think that's the notion of self-determination. That discrete political entities get to define how they would like to organize as it relates to the rest of the world.
That's precisely my point. If you
What's
have to
stopping
have
them
a
from
war
changing
that
the
is-
borders? What's stopping
You
them
have
from
to. You
changing?
have to fight. So the
Wait,
argument
what's
is
stopping?
that there's
What's stopping them from?
one second. The argument.
They don't have
The
to fight. They
argument.
can make a decision.
The argument was that self-determination is this right, which inherently means that you don't have to kill people. You shouldn't have to kill people. Like, it should be recognized by international law that you should just be able to do this thing. But in fact, the only way you get this sort of thing, the only way you get this sort of thing is by killing people, which means it's not really a right, right? It's force, and that's fine. Like, I'm just saying that I don't believe in this idea that there is some inherent right to a state. It's all force, all the way down.
There's a tremendous amount of danger. You gentlemen are absolutely right. There's a tremendous amount of danger in the balkanization of the world, right? Where my grandfather's from, literally the Balkans, right? Former Yugoslavia. When an empire collapsed, it's funny because the creation of modern day Yugoslavia and the creation of Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, all these areas, they're all basically down of, the Turkish, the Ottoman, and the British empires. They come with a massive human cost. Nobody can deny that, the balkanization of the world. And if every group of people in the world has a right to self-determination, then essentially what we're saying is that people have the right to fight and the world has a right to be a very bloody place. It's unfortunate.
I mean, that's literally the way it was before. That's
Oh yes,
literally
yes,
the
yes.
way it
No,
was
no, no.
before, man.
This is. I'm just describing the way the world is, right? So if the Quebecers wanted to separate from Canada, according to this line of logic, of course they have a right, and they would fight. And so basically, if we say people have the right to determination, then they have the right to fight and die.
They do. I just want to say
that's-
just
and-
one
and
sec,
that's-
real quick,
yeah.
real quick. It is a part of the UN Charter, explicitly. So you might be right on the analysis, okay? But the world, at least as part of the UN, has decided that the idea that only you and your group get to decide what kind of government you have, that's in the UN Charter.
Right. So the question is not one of does the nation have self-determination?
America never signed on to that, so we don't respect that for a second, right? We'll go into your country.
America's not a signatory to the UN Charter.
We will go into your country at any time, and we will destabilize your government. You do something that we don't like. I mean, we've overthrown like democratic governments in our hemisphere.
No, we're signatories to the UN Charter. We're not signatories to something called UNCLOS or the United Nations Law of the Sea. We're not signatories to that, but we are signatories to the UN Charter.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think the question is not like, does Israel have the right to exist? At least not in the West. I've never heard any serious person saying Israel shouldn't even exist. I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure there's outliers. I think that's more of a kind of like very, very stubborn people in the Middle East, where some Palestinians and some Israelis don't even acknowledge each other's existence. They're like, oh, what's a Jew? There's some people that have extreme points of view. They don't even believe that the other person exists. Right.
I talk to leftists all the time. They believe it. I mean, to which degree of leftism associated with that is definitely a major conversation.
Right.
What exactly does from the sea mean when people change?
I don't know. I think, to be honest, I think it means different things to different people. So I don't think that's quite a serious conversation, at least not amongst mainstream politicians in the West. I think that's more of a different conversation. So the question is not whether or not, Israel has a right to exist. It's like, in what manner should any state, quote unquote, exist? And then, of course, every other state has North Korea has a right to exist, of course, but I don't think any of us would say the way that it exists now is ideal, right? I mean, it would be a better place if everybody there lived awesome and happy lives and it was a high-trust society, right? So, I don't know. I mean, if you want to put aside the idea, does Israel have the right to exist or something like that, that's one conversation, but then in what manner should any country ideally exist?
Maybe
right?
it's just we're speaking past each other's and speaking past each other.
I think so.
We mean by right to exist. If by right to exist we mean you have the right to utilize force in order to secure your borders, then I can agree to that. That's for sure. I agree. But if right to exist means simply by deciding that you are a people group, you get a state and others have to give it to you because you've decided that.
No, nobody's given anybody land.
I don't think that is. I don't think anybody thinks. I don't think that.
Nobody gave it to them. The only people that believe that are Palestinians, actually.
Yeah, but no.
I want my own country.
What I'm saying is like by the second definition, I mean America doesn't have a right to exist. America exists because people fought and died for it. That's the only reason, right? And if somebody comes along who is strong enough and overthrows America, America won't exist, right? It doesn't have a right to be there.
That's how you gotta stay strong. Right? America, stay strong.
So if that's the distinction that we're making, then I can agree to that, right? Like you have a right to do what you have to do if you feel like you deserve a state or want a state to fight for it. That's fine.
You got to remember also two things that I think are important. Right, we're speaking in the abstract and trying to make generalizations. That's good. We also have to consider the history of each people. We've got to think, who were the people that created the state? They were refugees. And they literally had nowhere else to go. That matters when you're talking about the establishment of the state, right? And need and timing and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, but that's not true.
I think
They didn't
timing
have
is
any
such a
other place
huge
to go. That's not true. They didn't have any place to go. In fact, there was a debate about whether or not they should continue to assemble.
We're not having concrete. I'm sorry. That's good. That conversation was going to degrade.
Yeah,
and we're not having that. The people on stage are great. We can have a great conversation.
The timing thing, I think that's one of the most contentious issues, right, Caleb? It's because certainly the Jewish people did live in this part of the world, like concrete fact, archaeological evidence, many, many years ago. And then I often hear, I'm, just repeating back what other people say, trying to clear up the conversation here. People will say, well, my rabbi, like the rabbi that I know, he says, of course there's conflict because you have two groups of people that are native to the land. And then the question is one of timing. Some people would say because the Jewish people were there first or for a very long time ago, they have the right to the land. And then some people would say, well, the Palestinians or the native people that have lived there most recently, they have the right to the land because they were there most recently. And that's kind of, I think, where it gets messy in the case of Israel, because you can imagine.
That's not what I meant by timing. That isn't what I meant by timing.
Well, I'm just bringing up this topic because it is an important part of the conversation, the timing thing.
No, but hold on. That's not what I meant by timing. What I meant by timing is relative circumstance, right?
Oh, okay. Then I agree with you. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, I'm not talking about over time who was there first. I'm talking about the circumstance of the Jews at that time.
Right.
Yeah, but the way people talk about it is if the Palestinians are not on the land that they claim as their territory, right? Whether it's within Israel and the 2 million Palestinians that live there, what you call Israeli Arabs, that live 15 minutes walking away from the neighborhood like this, and then you have Kitover knocked himself out. Himself down. And then you have the other people in Gaza and the West Bank and Jordan where they used to live. Like this is the Palestinians are still there.
Yeah, they are.
They
They
still
are.
have
And
the opportunity to make a state.
I don't think the critiques of Israel have to do with the way that Arab Israelis live. It's mostly to do with the West Bank and Gaza specifically. But if you're talking, I mean, I do want to bring this thing back to timing because I think it is one of the most contentious issues. I mean, if you give it an example, imagine, I have English blood, like I'm half British, right? My grandmother was born in England. There would be a tremendous amount of pushback if everybody with native, or not everybody, but if the people with native English blood went back to England and pushed out or kicked out the recent immigrants. So, for example, the Chinese English or the Indian English or something like that. So if you make that analogy, I think if you make a fair comparison, if the British did the same things as people with Jewish blood moved back, there would be this problem. And I think this is the primary cause of the conflict, because we're supposed to be quote unquote post-colonial, blah, blah, blah. I know it's not true. And I'm not saying that white people are in any way any better than any other group of people in this world. We certainly are not. White people have done absolutely horrendous things. But I think the analogy does stand. You can imagine if you can imagine. I'm also Slovak, right? Half Slovak. I do have a right to go back to Slovakia. Apparently, I understand that I do. But if I went back to Slovakia and I kicked out Romani people from they're kind of nomadic peoples, but they make up about 30% of the population of Slovakia. And to be honest, they're not the most valued group of humans in Slovakia. They're very much looked down upon. But if you had millions of, Slovak ethnic people from the United States and Canada and Argentina and other places moving back to Slovakia, kicking out all the Romani, there would be a massive uproar. I think very similar to what's happening in Israel. However,
That's not what's happening in Israel. That's not what's happening in Israel. That's the problem, is that people are imagining things that are not actually happening.
Well, then correct me. I'm all ears.
Yeah, well, nobody's kicking anybody out. I mean, I was here on October 7th. I saw October 7th happen. I got a link from this app that showed me the people in Gaza attacking and killing Israelis, right? I watched it. The Israelis were not kicking people out of Gaza. That wasn't happening. As a matter of fact, 20 years ago to this year, if I'm not mistaken, a situation called Gush Katif happened where they removed Jews from Gaza and told the people who wanted to move there, they said, you can move here, become Gazan citizens, you can stay in Israel, and you can stay Israeli citizens. People chose to move to Gaza. They made that decision, and then they had elections, and those elections facilitated the process that created what Hamas is. Hamas was already created, but led to Hamas being their leadership. Nobody's kicked them out. You do have people who are settlers, like a minority group in the West Bank, that are problematic. But even the Israeli government says they're problematic, right? Like I'm in a group that talks about Israeli news in Hebrew. They talk about those settlers, but they make up 1% of the population, more or less. So, but nobody's kicking Israeli Arabs out of Israel. Like there's no. What you're saying is it's not.
Right. So I'm glad you brought that up because this seems to be the point of view, in the West. And if what you're saying is absolutely true, then man, Israel has a massive PR problem that it needs to correct, or somebody needs to correct it, because they're either, if like you're in it, I think you're in Israel, right, Shai? So the viewpoint, right? So I just want to give you the viewpoint from the West, right? The basic viewpoint from the West is like, the Jewish people started coming into the Eastern Mediterranean en masse around, let's say, 1900. There were people that were living there before, and a lot of them had been displaced or the land's cut up and they pushed aside. I understand that there's warfare. And if you take the people point of view that all is fair in love and war, then chop chop, there's no more argument. But the people, as you're saying, on the left would say there's all these displaced peoples, and that they don't have freedom of movement. And, there's been a tremendous amount of media coverage of this. And this is why a lot of folks in the West have this particular point of view, because it seems like, almost like the analogy that I was giving, right? It does seem to a lot of Westerners that it's like, imagine I move back to Slovakia, or move back to England, and then I kick out the new, let's say kick out all the non-English because, we want a pure British blood society that stretches back 3,000 years or something like that. So that's kind of the extreme. So from the point of view of some people, it seems like an extreme thing to do. I'm not saying I hold this. My mind has never been, I don't land. I've texted you enough. I think you understand where my heart is. Like my mind is never made up on any complicated topic. I'm perfectly fine with remaining completely open-minded and open to change at any point of view. But, this is the point of view that a lot of people have.
Yeah. So before 1900, there were already about 300,000 Jews living in the Ottoman Empire area, maybe a little more, depends on how we're counting. And many of those Jews were already moving to the Ottoman Palestine region that became Israel. So you already had a bunch of Jews that were already moving there from the Middle East, and you also had it because of persecution, and you had a lot of Jews that were moving there because they were already, or those that were already living there consistently, or you had Jews that were moving from Europe for reasons of persecution. What people don't realize is that at the time, Jews didn't even have citizenship in the territories that they lived in, because for the most part they were in the Middle Eastern countries. At least they were considered dhimmis, right? They had second-class citizen status. They were living in isolated areas for the most part. There were some places where they lived in somewhat integrated areas for some periods of time, but they didn't have rights or privileges of citizenship like you would sort of presume. Yeah. They were, in some ways, they lived the same way Gypsies did, the Roma people did, however you want to call them, before, during the time of kingdoms, right? Yeah. Where they were just sort of roaming around or isolated to particular areas. And Jews
100% true. Yeah. Well, after what you're saying, the Balkans is a very good example of this, because during the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, a lot of the Muslims were kicked out of Europe, of places in Serbia and Croatia and many other places. Some of them stayed in pockets, but as the Ottoman Empire collapsed, they were very much, given the signal, go back to Turkey sort of thing. So this is and you're right, and the Christians too were treated as second-class citizens during the Ottoman Empire. Most of the warrior class in the Ottoman Empire were taken specifically from Vojvodina, Serbia, where the men are massive people. For some reason, very, very large men. They were taken as slaves or sold by their families to the wealthy Ottoman landowners to serve in the Ottoman military.
Yeah. So look, while there was a reconstruction of the lands of the Ottoman Empire, the Jews said, we're tired of being persecuted and not having rights or citizenship or self-determination from all over the place, right? Whether they were in Poland or in Ethiopia or in Iran or Iraq or even India, right? And and many of them decided to come together. Yes, it was the European Jews that were sort of pushing the agenda because they understood what a state was. They were there during the Enlightenment period, where the idea of states was really developed. But
right, which brings and your whole thing it brings up another point of contention, right, in the argument, which is another important point, because a lot of people in the West, I think particularly people who have anti-Semitic slants, would say, look at how badly the Jews were treated. How could they treat people the same way they were treated? How could they make other people landless and push them around?
So they did it. So the
right. Okay. Yeah.
But they didn't. As a matter of fact, it was always the plan, at least as far as I remember my Jewish history, that the founders of the state or the architects of the state were inclusive of the minorities, so they wouldn't have been stateless. And those people the other people were outside of those that defined territory were also offered a state so they wouldn't be stateless. At the end of the day, those people chose to be stateless when they chose to reject the state. And then they said, okay, because we choose to be stateless, it's somebody else's problem.
Yeah, it's you know more about this stuff than I'll stop talking now. But I always enjoy talking with you, bro. I do. I know you're a thoughtful person.
Okay, so everything that has been said is smart and erudite, but it's just very surface level. Let's get to the heart. If you'll indulge me, let's get to the heart of what's going on. The white leftists don't give a fuck about the Palestinian people. What white leftists want to do is make powerful people feel guilty. That's the common theme. The proof of it is just look at what's going on in Canada right now, right? They're fucking Palestinians in Canada. The issue in Canada is the white leftists on Clubhouse have invented a blood libel that says that white Canadians gathered up Indians and murdered them, and there's mass graves all over Canada. Now, I know this sounds retarded, but that is what all the white leftists in Canada say. There's mass graves. And so the white leftists went with like ground penetrating sonar, and they spent all this fucking money, and there are no mass graves. No one could find them. But you know what the white leftists said? Anyone that denies the existence of a mass grave is a Nazi piece of shit, and we're going to put them in prison and anally rape them. And so in Canada today, if you say what I just said, if you said white leftists have invented a blood libel and there are no mass graves, I will be put in prison in Canada and anally raped. Now,
that's not true.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish, Matthew. I fucking interrupt you. So close your fucking mouth, okay?
You could do this thing, this funny thing called telling the truth,
Marshall,
which you're not doing.
Shut your hole and let me finish, and then you can kick me out.
I'm good, bro. I think you should tell the truth.
Marshall.
I think you should tell the truth. I think you should tell the truth.
Close your mouth.
And you're not telling the truth.
You are a piece of shit.
It's not that difficult. I think you should tell the truth, and you're not telling it.
I will tell the truth, and I'll go there. I'll tell the truth, and I'll go to the audience, and you'll see Marshall is lying. Okay? Everyone in the room could Google it. It's called the crime of saying there's no mass graves. And every honest person knows the mass graves is a totally invented piece of shit by white liberals. And the reason why I bring it up, this was a room about Palestine. The same white liberals who invent fake crimes in order to make Israelis feel guilty, they're doing the same script. They're not that clever. They invented the exact same lie to justify hurting white Canadians, okay? And that's what they do all over. The final example is, if you listen to the white liberal retards on Clubhouse, they will not shut up about how guilty white Americans should feel about slavery. And every white American should feel guilty about slavery. But you know what the white liberals never say? Muslims took more slaves than white Americans. In fact, the number of slaves taken by Muslims...
It's irrelevant to the discussion of American slavery. Because it's irrelevant!
Can you
You are mixing terms intentionally to get people to your point of view in a dishonest way.
Okay, well, let me finish my point, and then you can criticize it. The fact of the matter is, do you know the term for Russians? It's called Slav. That's because so many Russians were taken as slaves by Muslims. The number of white people taken as slaves in history is much greater than the number of black people. But the white liberal retards never say it. You know why? Because they want to make you feel guilty. They don't want to tell the truth, when the reality is Muslim people went to Russia, they went to Ukraine, they took so many slaves and they castrated them, and no one talks about it, because the agenda of every white piece of shit liberal on Clubhouse, without fail, is to make you feel guilty for shit you shouldn't feel guilty about. So fuck them, and Marshall can kick me out like he always does, like a fucking pussy.
I never kick you out. Don't lie.
Can I address this? I'd like to.
Marshall, you're the love
Because I'm the king here.
having a difficult time
Yeah.
detecting
Let me address
any
this
lies,
here.
and that's
Just a second, Manuel. So, first of all, I don't think it's an. Look, history is long enough, and if you study it deeply enough, you'll find that no single group of people is 100% innocent, and no single group of people is 100% bad. First, as individuals, I don't feel guilty for fucking anything my ancestors have done. I don't feel guilty for anything my father's done. Right? But I'm not going to stick up for my father if he does something stupid either. Let that sink in. Try to think that way. And try to get history accurate. She's right, 100%. Serbia. Specifically the place where the Ottomans did take these, military slaves, because the people around this area are massive. Anyways, that's an interesting history. My family was a military family. Very interesting history. What is there mass graves? Depends how you might want to classify mass. Is it true that people that happen to be white that were of the Catholic faith or who perverted the Catholic faith, who probably don't represent the values of the average Catholic person? I wouldn't want to put them in the same category. That some of these men came over to Canada, raped and killed little kids, and were perverts and out of their freaking mind. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Is it true that Canada's early government treated the Native people absolutely horrendously? For sure. But I don't feel guilty for that. Why should I? Why? Just because I happen to look the same as maybe some of these
Petitioning for
dudes that
royal
20 years ago
commission.
and did horrendous things.
Dream
I
of
feel
becoming a British
absolutely
officer.
no connection to that.
And so
I don't
left
feel
out
any
now as His
connection
Majesty
to
sees
any
fit.
other group of people. Again,
Can't believe my
like I
brother
said,
communicated this on my
even if I
behalf.
did something stupid, I'm not gonna
Lawrence
stick up for
Washington.
them.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not
He
gonna
served under.
If I were to allow it, the purchase price for an M90 in the Coldstreams is £700. Do you possess that, sir?
No, sir. I do not.
Then why not seek to join the militia?
Well, I wish to serve the crown as an actual officer.
Then how much land do you possess?
I'm a custodian under my brother's estate. Mount Vernon.
Ourselves.
Education?
I received my full schooling after my father died, sir.
Representatives.
But I recently obtained my serious license.
To be a British officer, you must first be a
to
gentleman.
live as individuals.
If I may, sir, how is it that my brother qualified and I do not?
He owns Mount Vernon. He was properly educated in England. What's more, he's married to a Fairfax.
Yes, and he's been a great mentor to me.
As a leftist, I understand.
I've studied to become a gentleman. I've even compiled all I've learned.
Goodness, man, how much do you write?
Well, I compiled it from other books. It's called Rules of Civility and Decent
Which
Behavior.
is to say you plagiarized it.
No.
That doesn't mean.
Well, yes, but
Imitation of great men does not make you one.
Don't forget,
I ask again, sir, how may I become a British officer of the crown?
You cannot.
There must be a path.
There is not.
For
you.
Yeah, like, do I need Christian?
But please,
Like that? No.
stop writing me letters.
Exactly. It's stupid. And any of the media or any of the TV that try to tell you that all the Jews are the same, all the Christians are the same, all the Muslims are the same,
Why did Japanese soldiers strike?
it's ridiculous. It's a type of mind control. It's all bullshit.
It's to separate us. And you see we're losing our rights every fucking time, man. They pass bills in the Senate like at nighttime.
The Democrat vote organizing.
Literally like a
We have to understand that Democrat socialists essentially strip traditional Democrats of their position and become Bernie Sanders.
The Senate working late into the night. It's actually more common for the Senate to work late into the night than you think.
What bill did they pass while we were sleeping, sir?
Oh, there was a lot. You could
No, just name one. Just one.
Okay.
not positioned to become on creating 15 to 60 second to 3-minute clips for YouTube, Instagram, and X. They don't do any real work. They don't do any real intellectual exploration, any education. If you're a professional and you're a doctor like a dentist or a heart surgeon or even a realtor, you have to do continuing education.
I'm going to ignore you because you're uneducated, so it's okay.
Did you lie, sir? What bill did they pass while we were sleeping, sir? And why are you lying?
Oh, absolutely nothing. They never did. They never did. Yeah.
Well, that's what I thought. Why did you say that?
I'm sorry.
Why did you lie to us?
L retarded. I'm sorry.
Why did you lie?
Oh, I'm sorry, L retarded. I'm sorry.
Well, why did you lie?
L retarded. I'm sorry. You don't understand.
No, I didn't say if you were sorry. I said why.
Norm, for fuck's sakes.
What's that? Why did you lie to this room, sir?
I said I'm sorry, L retarded.
But why did you do it?
L retarded. I said I'm sorry.
But that's not a why.
He apologized. We can move on. He apologizes.
Please try not to lie, okay?
You know, realtor, you have to do continuing education. Our politicians are just spammers, and they're liars, and they're hypocrites, they're fraudsters, and they're thieves. I am complete. This is
persistent. Yo, the truth is we're going to Jay first, and then we're going to you.
This guy going to La La Land.
Yeah. Can you mic up this point? It's really, really weird. Like when we do this thing, when complaining, did he just leave? Oh, you got the. Well, I was responding to Matthew because it's really weird when I hear from people, especially when it sounds like they're Trump supporters or people on the right, and what I would deem as the far right, when they're like, oh, you should. You know, the media is trying to, group us all together, and I'm not going to feel guilty about, what my ancestor did. Who's trying to make you feel guilty? Is it guilt if you're simply acknowledging history? I know that this president likes to completely whitewash and reshape history. Oh, sorry. I'm in the Matrix? Can you hear me right here?
I actually agree with that. I agree with
the history, guilt tripping, if it's factual information. Assuming and implying, or just attempting, right the wrongs of history based on your arbitrary point where you feel like that begins, is the fucking problem.
So JJ, I'd like to.
That's
Yeah.
kind of what I'm saying. Well, I'm not really done. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's just very problematic because this literally is the president and the administration that has made their whole political, stance off of grouping everybody with a little bit of melanin in their skin in this country as the other, as the less, as the people who are going to. Am I in the matrix?
Everybody has melanin in their skin, JJ.
No, well, yeah, but the visual melanin, because it seems like
Everybody has melanin.
No, right. What I'm saying, but you know what I'm saying, Norm, is that I'm saying that this president is trying, and this administration has basically infiltrated the Republican Party and galvanized everybody to literally hate groups. So it's just kind of really rich when it's like, oh well, the media is trying. Listen, is there bias in the? Let's just clear up the shit with the media. Is there bias in the media?
What group does MAGA hate?
Well, immigrants, Mexicans, Haitians, Somalians, black people who don't subscribe to their version of what it means to be American or who are Trump supporters. Everybody, leftists, everybody. Especially if you're a leftist and you're black or part of any of those groups.
So MAGA doesn't like people who disagree with them.
Yeah, well, no. Doesn't like is a problematic mitigation. They actively hate and actively villainize, right? Because it's not even just about hate. Because I don't really care about how you feel. It's about what you're talking about and what you're saying. And they literally villainize and demonize and try to dehumanize, actually, you know, illegal aliens, all of this stuff. When
so
they don't,
is that like what the left did to Charlie Kirk?
No, we're not. This is not about that. This is what Charlie Kirk did to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was the one who was saying that black women don't have the brain processing to be in certain positions. Charlie Kirk was the one who was very, very racist, misogynistic, and very problematic.
JJ, he never said that. That's not true. He never said
that. He did say that.
Yeah, I do. I know for a fact he did not say it.
Can I address your point? I mean, you made a fantastic point. And believe it or not, I think we actually have a similar point of view. For me, whether it's the narrative is left or right, I don't particularly like the. First of all, I think I want to say this, and I'll land with this. I don't want to go on forever. I think the left and right both play identity politics, but in a different way, and I just refuse to get caught up in that. That's what I'm saying. I have my independent self, and that's it. I can only represent who I am.
I'll just say this real quick. As far as the white thing and guilt, that's a much larger conversation, which I won't really get into like that. It's not about making you feel guilt. I don't think that the genuine part is about making
you just said
guilty.
I agree. I agree with you, JJ.
You just said that people who go on college campuses and say things you don't like should get shot in the neck.
I did not say that. Okay, so here goes like when we try to spin something. I didn't say that. I'm not taking the bait.
Don't misquote him, please. Don't misquote JJ. He did not say that.
I've never misquoted anyone, so pass the mic.
I'm not talking to you. Whoever said that JJ said that you should shoot people on college campuses was lying. And I just excoriated somebody for lying to this room, so don't you go ahead and do it, please.
Pass the mic, I'm not lying.
Yeah. So just to be clear, if you need to hear this, because it's really weird because we don't ask this from Trump-raised administration, but I will do this because I'm way better and more elevated than him and educated. I disavow what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think it's disgusting. There you go. It's terrible. However, that doesn't. We're not going to do this revisionist historian thing where we try to completely reframe and recharacterize and sweeten like the message of Charlie Kirk, which from what I have witnessed with my own eyes was overwhelmingly divisive, racist, and misogynistic. So there we go. Both sides of it.
Yeah, so your characterization of Charlie Kirk's statement.
There's also I just want to add one thing to JJ. There's also this acting like the guy was Cicero. I mean, he was kind of a carnival barker and kind of bullied students with like rhetorical games. Like and when he died, people acted like he was this golden tongue. I mean, like
say Kirk.
I didn't hate Charlie Kirk or anything, but I mean, yeah, I think he did say some really good
stuff. I'll respond succinctly to that. Very, very
succinctly. He didn't say it well.
Okay, so Scott, I'll respond very succinctly. I have never said that all the Clubhouse leftists want white genocide, and that's why they say what they say. But we know the fact that some Clubhouse leftists are trying to claim that whites as a group are guilty as a prelude to genocide. I will post links to a prominent Clubhouse leftist saying his real goal is to promote white genocide. And the way to promote white genocide is to invent lies like whites should feel guilty about this, whites should feel guilty about that. And I'll land my plane here, when people on Clubhouse say whites as a group should feel guilty, it is a prelude to extermination of whites. I will respectfully post links proving it.
Oh, God, that is just insane. What the hell? That's just nuts.
So wait, we're going to set up concentration
Nobody
camps
serious wants to genocide white people, and the people that do get disavowed by the people on their side all the time because what they're saying is fucking crazy.
Yes, Marshall.
Like, that's just insane. Come on.
Yeah, it's really important to ignore the most extreme points of view, the outliers.
They get the most airtime, but it's completely insane and it's very divisive.
Yeah, but just to round about the point with the thing, I do think that it's a separate conversation in terms of like the media and the this particular agenda by Trump's administration to reframe history in order to absolve our ancestors in this country from the atrocities that they've done. It's like people are complicated. Have they done, nobody's perfect, nobody's angels.
Yeah.
But we're not asking, at least in the black community, from what I can, as a black American, I'm not asking for guilt. I'm asking for acknowledgement and the truth, and to maintain that despite people's feelings. Because if we're going to talk about, people LGBT community's feelings, let's not spare, Christian white people's feelings or their children's feelings.
Your feelings tell the whole story, JJ.
Tell the whole story. And why are you feeling guilty? Just tell them. Exactly. And then, your guilt is your own. Don't feel guilty.
The problem is, Jay, is that sometimes people hear these sorts of things and then they take up the responsibility on their own psychological cord because our minds tend to fall back in a sort of recessive way, in a sort of amygdala type recessive way of like associating ourselves with what our ancestors did. And there's no reason to do that. There's absolutely no reason to do that whatsoever. Just in the same manner, like JJ, if your father did something horrific, nobody should ever hold you accountable for the things that he did. How is that possible?
I agree.
And I think we haven't crafted narratives carefully enough or articulately enough or nuanced enough. But, the media, whether it's coming from the left side or the right side, they love to troll us. They love to make us feel bad and divide us. So you can understand when people say, oh, I feel guilty for what my ancestors did. It's kind of a natural human reaction. But I guess what you and I are saying is that they don't have to feel that way. History's fascinating. It's very complicated. I love it. And we should study it accurately.
Yeah, and I think it's also
let's be clear that the source of a bunch of new history that is lacking in evidence and heavily editorialized through a very modern lens is not the right now. The vast majority of social sciences that are spitting out bullshit that's very easily debunked is coming from the left in order to justify the
I don't
narratives
think
that
that's
they
what
want to
JJ
make
is actually asking for. I don't think JJ is asking for some lily Putian tale of no, that's not the right way to use that word. Some lily white tale about America. And he's not asking that we just say the bad things. He's asking that you tell the good, the bad, and the ugly. Which means, say, for example, when telling the story about Stonewall Jackson, you have to admit that the guy was an ardent Presbyterian, devout, but he owned 9 people. How are you a devout Presbyterian who follows Calvinism and loves the Lord, and then you own 9 people? How do you do that? And those questions have to be asked.
As a former Presbyterian, I take offense to the word ardent or enthusiastic. Presbyterian.
Nobody realizes that's the most Presbyterian joke.
Exactly. This is ardent Presbyterian.
Presbyterians are not ardent.
Once you become ardent, you become a Baptist.
Marshall, I was listening to you.
Scott, is it your position that there are no ardent or passionate Presbyterians?
No, absolutely not. I deny it. Yes.
Marshall, I was listening to you, but there is no, especially I would say from 2000, I don't know, maybe 12 to 2020 in particular, there was a lot of really toxic, anti-white, anti-American, basically trying to completely do the opposite of whitewash, but make it seem like there was nothing redeemable about us, and that we were. It was basically to erase, and they went as far as to try to basically say look, just white people being around are bad.
What?
Well, okay, so that's Pepe.
in way too liberal of a direction. I think people too often want to tell the bad things and not the good thing. But again, that's not what Jay was asking. Jay was simply asking that you just tell the story, right? The good, as I said, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And his answer to that was yes. That means you tell the whole thing. It doesn't mean you be un-American about it, right? Jay's not an impartial. Jay's not an impartial narrative. The way he hold on, the way Jay characterizes if you wanted, but he's just asking that you tell the whole story. Like that's not a big deal. Like when I tell history, I tell the whole story. Like why not? He didn't accurately represent. The views of MAGA that he disagrees with. He took an extreme. You said that MAGA voters in America hate all immigrants. And then you went on to list a number of countries, I'm assuming from the shithole countries list. Right?
Manville, there's no shithole countries, bro.
This is not a dislike. This is a virulent and dangerous hate
I call it
MAGA has for all
not optimally
They
functioning.
do. Not all Republicans, and not all Republicans are MAGA, but put it this way. When you have the KKK, Proud Boys, all of these people who are, chanting MAGA, or saying that, Jews will not replace us, or saying that, people are poisoning the blood of the country, or that was Trump too. I get them conflated because they have the same rhetoric, that are saying that if people are eating cats and dogs, that was against Trump.
Why are you talking about feds in Charlottesville as if they're...
This conversation is devolving into generalities and extreme examples.
Yeah, no, but the whole point is that it's really weird because one thing that I never like to do is downplay people's intelligence. I feel like that's very few when people do that. So I do think that people in this room really have enough intelligence to understand what's actually happening.
No, bro.
Let's not act like we're oblivious.
No, you're at such a high level that we're not actually able to breathe up here, and we're gonna need you to bring this thing down to.
So what I'm saying is that.
Right, we might legitimately disagree though, JJ, about what the big picture is.
And that's fine. But I think that we need to accurately, because especially if I'm being criticized for accurately depicting something, then we also do need to acknowledge what's actually happening in terms of this very racist, culture of, I believe that, Trump and this administration is largely responsible for, and has been ramping up, about basically anybody who is not white, lily white commercial use. Whereas I feel like in this country, because the only immigrants that Trump and people seem to is the white South Africans. Everybody else is not welcome.
In the words of the great Lindsey Graham, Trump was a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. That was Lindsey Graham.
JJ, we let almost 1 million immigrants into this country every single year. That's more than any country on the planet or any country in human history, and most of them are not white. So I'm sorry, but your premise does not hold up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there in terms of MAGA and what Manville was saying, seems to be a very angry, very robustly racist pushback against that. And then when we comment on that, then it's like you're saying you're
let me ask you this.
Stuff.
I have never heard anybody say that they're against illegal immigration. The president says he's in favor of legal immigration. And most of the legal immigrants are not white.
Listen, we need immigration. We have a sub-replacement birth rate. So if we want the population to decline and with it the GDP, we're going to need immigrants.
We've always needed immigration, by the way. It's one of the secrets of our country's success. In fact, we're very not racist, which is, I think, we're a shining example to every other country in the world and every other country in human history. We're the ones we didn't start slavery, but we're the ones who ended it.
Right, but that's why we need to keep that same energy in this current climate, and we can't be saying things like, like people are criminals. You can't just be completely denigrating an entire demographic. Whenever, what about what was this white girl that was killed that they always bring up? Lincoln Riley. What about which apparently was like a few years ago? For every freaking time anything happens, listen, nobody is perfect, including immigrants. But if you look at statistics, immigrants commit crimes at a lesser rate than American citizens. Literally, most of the people who commit crimes in this country are white.
But there's no reason for illegal immigrants to be here. There's just no justification for it.
Right, but then with the conversation, which I agree, but the conversation needs to be, why is it that when he had a bipartisan immigration bill, Trump is calling up Republicans to kill the bill instead of actually working
Because
on it?
he wanted to run on it. Because he wanted to run on it.
Exactly.
Norman, do you mind if I ask JJ a clarifying question? So
no, you don't have to ask my permission.
No, I'm not asking clarification for you. I was gonna say something to JJ. I was gonna say the largest 4 immigrant populous groups that come into the United States legally are firstly Mexicans, number 2 is Chinese, number 3 is Indians, and number 4 is Filipino. Can you show us where any of those groups are considered brown and Asian people?
That's not what I said, and I think that's a strong.
No, I know, but that's what you imply, that Donald Trump only wants to bring in like white, waspy European immigrants and stuff.
Or white South Africans.
Well, I think that what you say matters. I think that rhetoric matters, particularly when it comes from literally the president, the leader of the free world, and his administration. And like when you literally say things like people are eating cats and dogs, and when you say things like people are poisoning the blood of the country, and you're literally only talking about brown people and black people and people with different accents.
I think JJ, I think he's quoting Obama when he's talking about the countries that Obama banned, shithole countries, because they are shithole countries like Somalia, Sudan, Pakistan, places like that we don't want those people.
Yeah, but that's just the shithole countries thing. You didn't respond to what I said.
The false implication that you're making is that the only reason that you could be against immigration from these places is a racist reason. That there aren't objectively non-racist reasons to be against immigration from these places.
Where did Trump say that he wanted people from? Because literally, the funny thing is, it's not just what he said that he didn't want people from. He actually listed a couple of countries that he said he wanted people from. You remember?
Norway. It was Norway.
Yes. What's the population of non-white people in Norway?
Well, hold on. First of all, the entire population of Norway is 5.5 million people, so it's not exactly like they're
shithole countries. When he said,
I don't think people from Norway actually have an interest in migrating to. I don't think people in Norway have an interest in migrating to the
yeah,
US.
they're hanging out there.
They have a good country. They have a lot of oil wealth and a big sovereign wealth fund.
The larger question is, what is the point of immigration for any country? Is it to make you weaker? Is it to make you less competitive? When you have immigration into a country, it should make you stronger. You should vet people. You should get the people that's going to be more productive, not people that are less productive. Look at the population in Minneapolis. After 10 years, most of them, people that come from Somalia, can't speak fluent English. 74% are still on welfare. What benefit was that to the country? You can classify Somalia however you want to, but the fact is, it wasn't a net benefit if these are the numbers after 10 years of being in the country. The point isn't to make yourself weaker. The point isn't that we just open the doors and say anybody, anywhere, come in. That should not be the point of immigration.
Yeah, I think that's a really lame point, because literally, and I know this from personal experience, okay? I live in New York City. It's very diverse here, but there are a lot, and I've lived around a lot of different people, and there are many whites or European white people particularly who come here, and they've been here for many, many decades, and do not speak a lick of English. Like they make sure, obviously, that their children speak English, you know, who are American and things like that. But they don't speak English, and they don't get the smoke. They don't get the criticism. They don't get the vilification. So it's weird when we do this.
How productive are they, though?
What do you consider being productive?
Well, I'm just curious. Being productive, consider being productive if you're in a country for 10 years and you don't assimilate into the economy and you continue to draw the welfare state at above 50% of your population, that to me is not being productive. Now, being productive is, I can see a year or two to assimilate into the culture, to make connections, to get jobs. But after that point, if you can't go into the workforce, you can't find a productive way of supporting yourself. If you can't find a productive way of doing nothing but receiving taxpayer dollars to exist in a country that you wanted to come to, that is not being productive.
Yeah, see, if you look at Cato, I'll post it. Cato Institute did it. This is not a left-wing organization, by the way. Cato is definitely center-right. Did a study, and they said, they argued immigrants are deficit drainers. Like basically, they pay more taxes than they consume in services, right? Because of eligibility issues and stuff. So immigrants don't drain on the deficit. By and large, they don't collect as much welfare benefits and things like that as people that are native born. I mean, that's just
Well,
they're not.
yeah, that's on the whole. He was focusing on one group in particular.
Yeah,
Which is my whole point.
But the Cato Institute is also a bit highly biased. I mean, they're the one group on the right that has always been open borders. I'd have to look at the study, but something tells me that it's probably been there's probably been several rebuttals to it.
Scott, my point was not to the whole group of people that's coming in as immigrants. That's not my point. I'm saying that if you find that certain countries or certain population groups are not beneficial,
demographic,
it's up to you as a government to kind of weed out the people that's going to be a drain to.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I would, like, if I were in Europe, right, I would not take in as many Muslims from illiberal countries that come in not understanding free speech, not understanding you don't have the right not to be offended. I think that's the problem, right? I mean, absolutely, Steve. I think that you have to manage immigration sensibly. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you can't attribute being kind of aware of what's going to make you better and stronger as a nation and lay it all at the feet of some kind of nefarious underlying overarching gotcha program that's in place. I mean, you could take anything, any form of demographics and weed out whatever you want to and assign any nefarious action you want to. But that's not the point. And you know, what about the American people that has to bear this burden? The American government is formed for the benefit of the American people. The American government is not formed for the benefit of every Tom, Dick, and Harry from every part of the world. That's not their function. They represent us. They don't represent someone in Afghanistan. They don't represent someone in Somalia. We elect them to represent our interests.
Do you see, then that gets weird because we literally, if we're going to apply that criticism, we gotta apply that, and, you know, Norm, you know I love you, but I'm not a fan of this war, and I feel like we need to keep that same energy when we're talking about entering in foreign affairs, even with our allies. Because at the end of the day, if you're talking about we elect them to represent our interests. This war, largely the American people do not support and have never supported. So why is it that we're spending all this taxpayer money on the war? You have the same scope for the war.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it doesn't support your interest. Just because you don't understand all the details of the foreign affairs or the foreign interactions as a normal civilian or citizen does not mean that it does not benefit you or is not in your best interest or even the global interest, right? Because the State Department does not have the right or responsibility to inform every citizen of everything that's happening in the world around it. It just has the responsibility to protect its national interests.
That seems like a convenient excuse.
But beyond that, could I address this real quick? Beyond that, if you go and do a simple AI query, what would be the implications for the U.S. and the world economy if Iran was to acquire nuclear weapons and if Iran was to use them in the Middle East? Go run that query and see what the global impact and shock to the global economy, the U.S. economy, it lays it out real clear.
Okay, let's be clear. Nuclear weapons are required to not use them. It's all about deterrence. The Cold War taught us that.
Well, with the Iranians, I tend to disagree because they have a belief in the Tuatha Mahdi, and in the Tuatha Mahdi belief system, it's part of their eschatology that the more chaos and havoc that they can wreak, that they can force the Tuatha Mahdi to come back to Earth and Shiite dreams are realized. So someone...
Yeah, I'm familiar with the 12-er philosophy.
It depends on if you're talking about 7ers, 12ers, or 11ers.
Or even don't worry about the religion. Don't worry about the religion. Steve, let me ask you a question. Obviously, the previous MOU was off, right? But to remind me, to my recollection, that didn't have really anything in the nuclear. That didn't prevent Iran from getting closer to nuclear. Remind me.
It said they would discuss it over the next 60 days.
That was just a starting point for discussions. That wasn't an end point. You can have a starting point and an end point. But the larger issue is, let's look at what they've already done in their proclivity to do it. Hezbollah. They've destabilized Lebanon. The Houthis. They've destabilized their relationship with Saudi Arabia. They wreaked havoc in Iraq. This is their track record as a group of people. Now you take that same group of people and give them a nuclear weapon.
Does it bother you, Steve? I agree with the end goal, right? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They need to stop being a state supporter of terror. Do you think that the president made the case to America?
No, I think he was framing it in a way that I don't think he felt that he had the political support on Capitol Hill to fully articulate what needed to be done in a comprehensive way. I think he kind of framed it. He smoothed the rough edges off of it to make it politically palatable. It's not going to be political.
What do you do with the idea? I mean, JJ makes a good point. This has never been a popular. And again, I want to be clear. I'm not supporting Iran. IRGC, none of that, right? Is it working? Is it working? And I don't know if it's working. I spent $4.50 for gas.
Here's the problem though. The reason it's not working is whether it be in sports or war, you want to make your opponent play from a position of weakness. Playing ping pong with missiles across the Strait of Hormuz is not an advantageous thing for us. What would be advantageous?
It plays to their strength.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about anything other than lobbing missiles at some of our partners, or occasionally lobbing a missile at our base. What would be advantageous to us, and what we don't have the political will to do, is to go in and take Carg Island, go in. There's another island. Pardon me? No, I mean, you got to, war's the messy thing. You got to go in and apply the pressure that's going to put the boot on their neck and make them say, I can't take any more.
Yeah, the thing is that Iran doesn't work that way. And that is the complete narcissism of somebody like Trump who thinks that he can just bully his way around everybody and everybody's just going to submit. Like it's some sort of weird sexual fetish domination shit. It doesn't work that way. Iran has been... First of all, listen, let's just be clear because we do this thing with leftists. I'm obviously very fully aware of Iran and it being a threat. However, this is not new. I keep hearing this talk about, well, we've been in a war, which they never said this shit before Trump. We've been in a war for 47 years. Okay, fine. So this is not new. They have known about Iran. The government, American government has known about Iran for several decades. They've come, and we've tried to do this thing before in previous administrations. They've all said no. And then if you're gonna go in, right? Because first of all, there's so much shit wrong with this. Because the way that you said it, Steve, like the president didn't really, he's not the most articulate. No, he's a fucking liar. Last year we had the 12-day war, and he said that we sent them back decades with their nuclear capabilities, and then literally less than a year later, we're in an all-out, war, but not really war, but it's a conflict. But we spending $37 billion with a B. $1 billion of taxpayer money. Trump is not spending his money. He got money. He's got plenty of money, right? This big guy. He's not spending his money. Okay, he's spending our money. So yeah, he needs to be very, very clear with the way that he does it because it's reckless and it's abusive and it's disrespectful to every taxpayer and American in this country.
That's not really true. You as a taxpayer, as an individual taxpayer, don't get a say so in like how the government operates the money that it collects in taxes.
Shai, that's okay. Shai, you're doing something that's weird. We unlike the point of the government is there to represent us. So the same. I mean, I don't know why you're talking.
No, you really don't.
No, he means to say every 4 years.
He means Henry David Thoreau. Henry David Thoreau is a philosopher, as you know, wrote the War Department during the Mexican-American War, withholding taxes that would have gone to the Mexican War, and he said he wasn't essentially he was the earliest version of a conscientious objector, who was just like, the war is wrong, we shouldn't be invading Mexico, we shouldn't be taking their shit.
Yeah, well, the IRS didn't exist then.
Not the IRS, whatever taxing entity was available, whatever revenue service. The letter gets written, he gets a letter written back to him, which says, Mr. Thoreau, we understand what you're saying, but you don't get to direct where your tax money goes. Sorry, sucks. And I think that's what Shai is talking about.
Yeah, but I think the Shai is very, very smart. So you understand that the sentiment behind what I'm saying is what's important, not just the technicality. When they're collecting taxpayer money, by in definition of our investment and them representing us, of course we get a motherfucking say. Are you serious? We gotta say they're spending our money. If they want to go in there and spend their money, Trump has this whole crypto grip, and everybody's making money, and he's this big, businessman. Go spend your fucking money, and then American people shut up. But if you want to spend taxpayer money on this, or the fucking ballroom, or the fucking dirty ass, reflection pool with the algae that he has, yeah, we're gonna have a say. And it's not going to be what you like, Trump.
I mean, look, people should definitely make their voices known. Call their congressmen, call their senators, make sure the dispersing agent, knows you're upset about it.
Yeah, look, Congress holds the purse.
They do exactly what you want.
Congress holds the purse, JJ. Call your congressman.
I agree, but rage baiting on Clubhouse is fun.
I think part of the issue with this, with certain attitudes, is that they don't really understand the complex realities of what certain things mean, right? Not to say that JJ doesn't, but part of the complexity of all of this, I was watching this film earlier that was talking about about 10 years ago, Russia, China, and Iran were making deals, right? And they were making these weird backdoor deals. And I think this war has been planned for the past 10 years. It's not just something that Trump came into office and started. Maybe he has some other information, I don't know. But it looks as if we start drawing the lines and looking at the weird history, obscure history that's been happening between certain parties over the past 2 decades, then it seems as if part of the war has been planned for quite a while.
Well, I'd like to respond succinctly to our friend Shai. I think opposition to this war unifies two groups that hate each other. I think
there are a lot of pro-American patriots, people that love America, that are against this war. But there's also a huge group of people that hate America and want to see America die who are against the war. So this is a very muddy, complicated issue. If you're going to discuss whether the war is a good idea or not, you got to know the priors of the person you're debating. Now, on Clubhouse, when I go into MAGA rooms, the MAGA people who hate this war are patriots. But when I go into progressive rooms, I see a lot of people who hate America, who want to see Americans die, and they're against the war. Some Clubhouse leftists, in my opinion, hate America, and that's the one Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And I'm done speaking.
What do you qualify as hate America? Because I just want to be clear, because we do this thing a lot of times where we conflate hate with legitimate, valid, substantial criticism for something. So we're saying hate as in, like what Iran is trying to do in their rhetoric, versus like Americans who are like, yeah, America is not, America has blood on its hands too, and we're not the picture perfect moral authority of everybody, but we still love the country. So which one?
Well, I mean, this has been top of mind since 1988 for Trump. He once said, quote, "One bullet shot at one of our men or ships and I'm doing a number on Carg Island. I'd go in and take it." Which is 90% of their oil exports come through Carg Island, of course. So, that was when he was a private citizen in New York.
That's absolutely true, Yaakov.
I remember
the stuff that you're hearing come out of
that.
The stuff you hear coming out of Trump.
Yeah.
The stuff you hear coming out of Trump's mouth now is stuff that New Yorkers have heard him saying for 50 years.
Yeah, he would say, like, Iran is humiliating us, that the U.S. was weak, not responding. He favored military retaliation. He really always talked about it in the same tone of sort of restoring credibility and deterrence.
But you know what it is? Like, I would have and this is my general problem with Trump. Trump is all about optics, and you have to separate, like, the genuine, he does this thing, like, where he kind of very, very nefariously, he puts a little bit of like what he knows people want, but then he shrouds it with what he feels will glorify him, because he constantly needs to be pandered to and glorified, and everything has to be a big show, and he has to, have like a big party for himself, on the White House lawn and a WW, or the F thing or whatever the kind of bullshit that he has, and show up at the FIFA games and nobody wants us here. Have audacity to show up here in New York with the Knicks.
What about the
they
FIFA
definitely
games?
didn't. That he showed up in the FIFA games in Spain. Spain in the picture, and Spain literally cropped his orange ass out. Shout out to Spain. So the point being is that he does this thing where the reason why he even does certain things that he knows people want is purely based off of whatever he feels will make him look good, i.e. the situation in Venezuela. That was a situation that I truly believe that he did because he was told that it would be a good look for him. Was there some good that came from it? Of course. But he does not do things that he feel like will benefit people unless it also kind of makes him look good as well. Same thing, the perfect example of this is the checks that he gave from COVID. I'm talking about stimulus checks.
Yes, the PPP loans or PPE, whatever they're called.
Yeah, that and like the stimulus checks. Stimmies and stuff. So it's like obviously there needs to be certain things done when it comes to like the wars. Because if he had my point is this, if he genuinely was concerned about the war and or not the war, the threat of Iran and certain things, there was a proper way to do this, i.e. listening to actual people, because Trump, who are qualified, because Trump has never been in the military. He has zero military experience. And he don't know shit about how to actually do these things properly, comprehensively. So what he should have actually done, to the the grown-ups at the table who actually are experienced, and then he would have known that this was the complete wrong way to go about it. But that's not what he did. You know why? Because he always wants to put this show of force and brutality and strength, because that is his brand. His brand is brutality and force and abuse and grabbing by the pee and I'm this alpha male and all this bullshit. That is this performative toxic masculinity. That's his brand. So he always has to.
The only problem that's grown up at the table is when it comes to Iran and the people that supposedly have done this for years have failed miserably for 4 years. So the track record of the grown-ups and the diplomats and the people with so much experience has yielded nothing. So that's their track record.
Look, I think
that's just like a weird. That's kind of a weird thing to say, because he's the commander in chief. He wasn't the commander in chief then. So if he's a commander in chief, then obviously he can galvanize the grown-ups at the table to actually do something. So it doesn't really matter what Biden did or what Biden didn't do or Obama or anybody else. He's in charge now. So my point was, use those people. And he wants to rename the Department of Defense, Department of War. You got war. Okay, so then if you want to do,
I think it's kind of hard to get your allies to come fight a war with you when you spent the last year and a half terrifying the ever living shit out of it.
that part.
You can't really fix.
That part. And again, get the people involved, because they would have. I think everybody with every economist, what do you call it? The people who were very, very familiar with how money works and tracks, everybody told him these fucking, universal tariffs are stupid. They're not going to yield the results that you want. And they told him and they told him and they told him. And he said, you know what? Yeah, I see that this is like the intelligent, way to go about it. And I'm going to completely go the opposite direction. Why? Because I can. Because I am King Trump. And that's what I do.
Yeah, that's kind of like we allowed imports of steel and aluminum from Asia for decades, and now our steel and aluminum industry is in free because of the trade policies. We allow people to dump aluminum into the country, which in turn puts our ability to produce things for national security we no longer have. We've done the same thing with electronics. That's why we have this thing with China, because the people that was running the fabrication labs that used to be in the United States shipped them all over to Southeast Asia to make them at lower cost. So now what we have a steel industry that's almost non-functional. We have an electronics industry that if there's a burp in the supply chain, we can't even produce a truck. Yeah, that was real good. I mean, that's really, really.
So I think that we JJ, we know that Trump is a narcissist. Even people that like him knows that he's a narcissist, and the attention give him or hyper focus on him, because it's not just him, right? He has an entire team behind him, and I don't think that he's just making these decisions. I think that the people who are sort of governing behind him are also contributing to the decision making for various reasons. I think that someone mentioned about the leftists earlier. I think one of the issues that the left have is the amount of control that America has in the world, and they don't like the fact that America is sort of maintaining global stability. I think it's unfair, and that we should stay out of the global business and mind our own business and do whatever. But they don't really understand that if America weren't doing what it was doing, then most of the rest of the world would just be in fire all the time. And it seems as if it is, if you watch the news, but the reality of it is it was a lot worse before the world created its stability.
But Shai, that's not just a left thing, because I've literally heard that a lot of people, a lot of actually staunch former Trump supporters break with him on this issue, because especially like this America First, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't know, like y'all know better than me. That's not my people.
Oh, they want isolationism for sure.
Exactly.
Don't let the world sort out their own issues. Yeah.
Exactly. So I really want to be careful of that, because I know that people left, and I'm not saying that was your what is it? That was your intention.
Real quick, there's a contradiction in there. There's a contradiction in there, because does America playing world police like advance the empire and allow us to steal and exploit from poor brown countries of the global south? Or does America's world police function like a charity where we are helping the brown people of the global south way more than we're getting any economic benefit towards American citizens at home?
It's a differing empire. It's usually, at least at the state level, not an empire of abstraction. The businesses are empires of abstraction themselves. But at the U.S. governmental level, no, we don't do that usually. We flood the area with non-governmental organizations oftentimes.
Right, but those NGOs, right, they enrich shareholders, right? They enjoy the protection of the United States legal system and United States military, right, back at home. But they don't actually, in tax.
They're not extractive of resources in the same way that the British were in India. No, they're not.
Well,
I think you could still find ways in which America's empire extracts out of other people. I think that's probably true, because all empires do that. The extraction may look a little bit different, but it's probably there.
Well, it extracts out of the American people and then goes and gives the global.
I'm saying not just out of the American public. I'm saying there's got to be a way where it extracts out of other areas, right? Because empires extract. Maybe the way it's doing it is it's functioning like the Dutch East India Company, and you need a business, right? And that is when, like, the Dutch Empire to the American governmental apparatus and advice and tax rates and things of that nature, right? And that's how the government and the empire perform extraction. Extraction is always a part of an empire.
I don't think it's the United States. This is, I think, the majority view is simply that we're wasting a bunch of money in these Middle Eastern wars, right? University education is extremely expensive to American citizens, right? It's very hard for young people to buy houses. It's hard for people to find jobs in fields of study. If you don't go to college, right? Forget about it. That's very difficult for people who didn't go to college to have a middle-class life. They're probably going to be worse off if they didn't go to college than their parents who didn't go to college, right? In terms of just like actual consumption. Most Americans are not interested in another